sibilance. I love it. Perfect. Welcome, welcome. This is Electrify Expo, Glendale, Phoenix metro area. It is a hot one today, but we got shade at the EV Reality Check booth, so make sure to swing by the EV Reality Check booth. You get a free t-shirt. And also, here's some conversations from people from around the industry that have been on the front lines of what's happening with electrification, not just recently, but from over the years. And we're talking about how the automotive industry has evolved and how electrification has changed a lot of what we see from cars, not just from the ownership experience, but even things like motorsports. So we're going to key on some of that today. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best EV mobile app you can download. Add your EV, plan a road trip, see how EV charging can be simple for the EV that you fall in love with. And also, make sure to go to GreenCars.com that is powering the EV Reality Check space. That is a way to shop for any EV out in the market. Get a chance to compare and shop on your way. They've got a booth right across from EV Reality Check with an ID buzz. Make sure to check that out. And I'm also joined today by my co-host, Blake Aaron. Blake, check on YouTube. Blake, Good to see you.
Yeah, my name is Blake Aaron, and I am an EV enthusiast and EV content creator known as Blake Check. I'm also a Phoenix resident, so I know a lot about the public charging infrastructure, what it's like to actually own an electric vehicle here in the Phoenix area. And so we'll be talking about some of that, and like you said, some car culture stuff, which is what gets me excited. That's why I'm here.
So, Tom, again, it's good to have you here. So, Tom Stoller, you're an automotive journalist. You've seen the front lines. You were the former editor of ClassicCars.com. You have been in motorsports for all of your career. What have you seen? I guess let's start high level. You said right before we started that you're kind of an EV apologist in a way.
Actually, I'm more of an internal combustion motor apologist.
No, that's what I'm confusing it. Yeah, internal combustion apologist.
But that said, I mean, you know, you walk around an expo like this, and by the way, hello to everybody. This is just a fantastic event, and I'm glad you guys put this on because it really creates a lot of awareness for each community that you visit. I love the technology. I love the performance. You know, you take a look at the high-end EV, Plaid, things of that nature. You're going to hit less than two second
0 to
60 times.
Yeah.
And you've got cars that are in the 8-second range in the, and then on top of that, check, a Rivian full-size SUV is an 11-second car.
It's unreal.
It's
yeah.
unbelievable.
Well,
that to me, that's really cool.
And performance, it comes in all shapes and sizes. I think if you're a motorsports enthusiast, that's one thing you think about is we've kind of been conditioned over the last century to think of motorsports as it's loud, it smells, it's explosive, it's all these things that you understand about.
All the things I love.
Well, that's the thing. It's like if you're a motorsports fan, you're like, that's it. But then all of a sudden you have this paradigm shift of you can have better performance in a different, like, visceral experience. Like if you're in a Plaid or, I mean, again, a Lucid Sapphire or something along those lines, you floor it. You literally feel the blood like leave your face, but it's silent. And that's something that I think trips a lot of people up sometimes.
Yeah, I think for me, I got into EVs because I was a car enthusiast first. I love going fast, and who doesn't? I like great handling cars. I love blistering acceleration, all of that stuff.
We're good.
I love blistering acceleration and all.
Check.
Check.
Oh, there you go.
But the problem is that I don't have supercar budget. So I saw EVs as a way to get some of the highlights and great experiences that you can get from a supercar in a more affordable package. And on top of that, driving an EV means that you have a little bit of the best of both worlds. So you get some of that great acceleration, but then you can also take that same car, pack a family of 4 into it, go on a road trip in your
but
Tesla
how far
Model 3
can you go
Performance,
on that
for
road
example.
trip? But that's a story for another time.
Oh, we can
You have
that.
somebody who'll be talking.
Yeah, we can talk about road tripping and how that works. But no, but I think, Blake, what you're bringing up too is you were looking at it from a variety of different perspectives. It was number one, you're like, I'm a car guy, and that's the thing is as you mentioned, like, you know, an ICE car apologist kind of thing. It's like, okay, I came from this. I've been an automotive for 25 years. Same thing. I was building turboed cars when I first started out. That's what my understanding of performance was. But then as you experience the vehicles and what something like Expo is here for is you get that behind the wheel experience, and all of a sudden you have that little thing that clicks in your head of like, holy cow, like this is actually something for the price, for the size of the car, it's more performance than you've ever seen from something in that budget.
And the reliability.
Oh, yeah. So I guess, to all the things that you've seen, and especially on the motorsports front, how do you think, we're going to swap out your mic here really quick. Check. Trey, not on.
That
I love this. Is what happens when you're live too? Is you get that first like, oh, how did it turn out? It's like, well, we have a microphone.
Check test.
Oh, there we go. Beautiful. So one thing that we've seen in motorsports that's been transitioning is everything from off-road, and we've also seen things like Formula E come to fruition. How do you think that has already impacted people's perceptions within motorsport?
Well, let me tell you about the very first time the Formula E came to these shores. They actually raced the week before the Long Beach Grand Prix, and I want to say this was 2016, 2017, and the FIA sent me an invitation. I wrote them a very kind letter back saying, I'm sorry, that's the day I sort my sock drawer. And
so you were not having it, basically.
You know, I just, when it comes to racing, like you were saying, the sounds, the smells. I mean, I even don't like the sound of modern Formula One cars that are hybrid because I'm used to the V12s and the V10s,
that blistering
and the V8s
pop that happens.
That were doing 19,000 RPMs and just break your eardrums standing, you know, a half a mile away. But since I've actually watched some Formula E, there was a Formula One driver, Nick DeVries, who was a Formula E champion that did transition to Formula One. He was fired in the middle of last season, but we won't get into that.
There's some controversy.
We won't get into that. Yeah. But the point is that there really is a market. I was preparing for this. I was looking at the demographics, and it's a growth sport, and people are very aware of it. And starting next year in 26, the FIA is also going to introduce a GT series, which is going to be doing mostly tracks in Europe. I think there's one American stop and one Middle East stop. But, you know, it's a growing thing, and it's a generational thing.
And Formula E was so interesting, as you described. It's been here in the States for less than a decade, essentially. But the transition we've seen in the technology already in that time frame is impressive because season one, you were pulling up with one car and you were swapping your butt out of it to into another car. That's what you did. The battery technology in that time frame has already improved enough that they have full races with, again, only one vehicle, and now they're going to be introducing higher power charging inside the pits starting, I think, next season. It was supposed to be last season, but I think they're pushing out a bit. But the technology is accelerating so fast, and that technology is being bred for the track, but we're getting it into cars on the street.
I think what's interesting about Formula E is that I think my impression of it before ever watching was that it was going to be that same silent driving experience that I'm used to as an EV owner.
But not really.
It's not quite that.
No.
Yeah. I mean, there is a natural sound that comes from a high-powered, high-performance electric motor, right?
Oh, yeah.
And so that's present in those races.
It does spool. You get the brake noise. You get things of that nature. You know, what several years ago at the 24 Hours of Le Mans, there was the Audi team that actually learned how to, something like 6 bolts can take the whole rear end off the car, switch everything, including the motor, the transmission, the suspension, and they did it with a cherry picker. I think it might be kind of exciting to do long distance races for Formula E or for GT. Having that kind of technology that you literally do a battery switch or you do a rear end switch or something like that, that could actually add some cachet to it.
I think the more that you make it a hands-on experience, and that's what motorsports has been for so long, is a hands-on experience. And we talk about reduced maintenance all the time with EVs, but that means even in motorsports, it's like, well, there's less that's kind of going on here. But what you describe is, again, getting that engagement, the human engagement with the motorsports experience, and whoever can come up with the best strategy and tactics around that, it could, again, it adds a level of excitement. That's the thing that's most amazing to me. I've seen Formula E twice in person. They were in Portland, Oregon, the last 2 seasons, and it got a chance to just go and check it out. And that's what really floored me, was just the simplicity around what we drive every day translated to the track. But I think that level of excitement that comes along with things like how fast can you pit, how fast can you stop, what you just described. I mean, so have you gotten any takers yet? Have you been talking to people about we should do this?
I have, obviously I know a lot of people in motorsports, whether they're team owners, drivers, journalists, things of that nature. The crowd I run with, they kind of balk at, and as you can see, I have great level of support out here. All my friends came out to see, despite that I put the graphic on Facebook and got a lot of snide remarks. But
they're missing out. I got to tell you, Tom. I'm telling you.
But I guess if I can switch gears here a little bit.
Yeah, sure.
Even though EVs don't really have gears.
Pun intended.
There's a few that say, okay, never mind.
It's a generational thing. It
Very
really
much
is.
so.
And, I'm Gen X, and I know, obviously, I'm fairly close to the boom. I was born in 1967. So most people think that this is a Gen Y, Gen Z, millennial kind of thing, but it really isn't, because I know a lot of Gen Xers and a lot of boomers that drive EVs.
Oh, yeah.
And they, just like me, they like the technology, and for a lot of them, they're not commuting terribly far, so one charge a week works for them, and this
Yeah.
and that. There's not a lot of maintenance that needs to be. There's a certain ease to it, right?
Yeah.
However, the one thing that I will disagree with, and I know you're going to have another talk with somebody else about this,
Here we go.
is they think they're saving the world, and I really don't think that that's the case. But
Right.
Again.
There's no free lunch with energy and how
no,
you
there
produce
isn't.
it. Right.
Absolutely not.
I think the only counter to that from people inside of the EV space that they would say is so good examples like JB Straubel, the former CTO of Tesla, is you can create arguably a closed carbon loop with batteries and with the minerals in them, but we're at the beginning of that conversation. Inevitably, we could get all those batteries in market, and we could actually reduce the amount of impact on the environment. But that's the thing is, we almost always talk about it like it's black and white. It's like no, it's not black and white. Again, there's no free lunch.
I'm not here to get into a climate change argument by any stretch of the
Yeah, yeah,
imagination.
yeah.
What I'm talking about, it's more of a
I
generation.
wasn't ready. I mean, were you ready? I mean,
No,
It is kind of a generational thing. That's
I'm
all.
always ready for that conversation. I would say, though, that the way that I look at that type of conversation is that EVs are a means for harm reduction, and it's certainly not going to
Sure.
be a day one full solution to the climate problem, right? And so as long as you approach it that way and you are humble and you're able to tell people, yes, I understand that there are emissions involved with the production of electric vehicles.
Yeah.
If you can acknowledge that, but then also have the further dialogue of the way that EV production continuing to go cleaner and greener,
Sure.
I think that is the fuller conversation that
No,
needs to
absolutely.
be had.
I totally agree. And again, the ICE manufacturers are doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. No,
So-
I think it's going to be interesting over time. Is again, an expo is an event for everybody to come and attend to hear these types of conversations. Is most people they hear something from a friend, they read something online, they read a news article that oftentimes the 24-hour news cycle we are up and down with like how that drama can look. at
Everybody
work.
does, yeah.
Yeah, and it gets exhausting. So when you get to come to an event like Expo, it's hands-on. You get a chance to experience a product in a way that's just it's unbiased. BJ, the founder of Expo, he's like, look, this is about choice. It's about really representing that a choice is out there as it relates to these are still just cars. They're cars that are great cars. It's a different fuel experience and how you know how to use that for your lifestyle. Once that's kind of buttoned up, you can then fall in love with the car again in the way that you always have.
Well, I spend a lot of time not only in racing, but I spend a lot of time at a Concours d'Elegance. I spend time at car shows. I spend time at auctions, which are real big down here. They have their auction car week down here. And, there's so many different sects of the car culture.
Oh, yeah.
If you look at the car culture is like the trunk of a tree, okay? And then what you have is you have all these different branches
Yep.
coming off the tree. And EV is becoming a major culture as part of that. You were going to say something?
No, I'm agreeing with you
Yeah.
that EVs I don't see as a replacement for the current
Right. Not at all.
car culture.
Right.
I can say that there are elements of car culture that exist within that branch of EV car culture where we have our own car meets and car shows
Right.
that we go to and we
Yeah.
have a good time at those as well.
Absolutely.
So if that's something that appeals to you as a car enthusiast
Right.
and that's maybe the reason that you're hesitant to adopt an electric vehicle, I could say we have some fun at those shows too. We definitely have some coffee and donuts at those shows. And so if that's something you're
Again,
into, come
cars
check
and
us out.
cars and coffee.
Actually, cars and coffee, and we're going to plug in electric toasters and do bagels.
Oh, of
right. Seriously. Like,
We're not going to use the gas-generated toasters at these ones, the ones that you guys use.
I was
at
gonna say,
the-
like, what kind of toaster was that? It's like General Electric was like, I swear we make a better
diesel
toaster.
toaster,
Yeah, it's not
There-
a diesel toaster.
There already are, I believe, some collectible electric cars, too.
Oh, yeah.
Starting with the Tesla Roadster.
Oh, of course. Yeah.
The Tesla Roadster was basically, I think, the car that really kind of snapped everybody's attention. Electric cars are over 100 years old, by
Right,
the way.
yeah.
They've been
Detroit
around.
Electric
okay?
existed a long time
They
ago.
just haven't enjoyed the kind of performance and efficiency
Yeah.
that they have now. So, again, and when you get into car culture, I mean, if I'm at a party and everybody's say talking about tennis, and some guy pulls up in an LA lowrider, okay? I don't really identify with the culture, but guess who I'm talking to at the party?
Sure, yeah.
That's really what it is. Somebody shows up with a modified Tesla Plaid, S model. I'm going to talk to him, obviously.
Well, automotive enthusiasm, as we're discussing and describing, it exists in a variety of different packages. Right. And again, I grew up in the world of the tuner world. Basically, if you think Fast and the Furious, that's where I got my start.
Absolutely.
And it was one of those things where one of the goals I had was to go to any car show with a car that I had built, and I wanted to park it and have someone walk up to me who I knew was more of an old school car guy, look at it and say, and this happened finally one time, it was years ago, and so he walks up, looks at his car I'd built, and he goes, I got to be honest, I don't hate it. Yeah. I said, that's
actually,
a weird compliment. But
it's better when they walk up and go, man, that's dope.
No, that's the thing is, and I said, well, that's a weird compliment. And he goes, no, I got to be honest, this is a well-built package.
Well, that's the thing, because you put effort into it.
Yeah.
You built it. You had something to do with it. Mm-hmm. One of my best friends actually owns a number of retail brands in performance, engineering and parts and things like that. He also owns Unplugged Performance.
Okay.
If you're familiar with them. Okay. He and his wife, despite the fact that he does, exhaust systems and go fast parts for other cars, he and his wife both drive EVs.
Yeah.
And his outfit actually did the Black Helmet, the car that Randy Popes did at Pikes Peak,
familiar
and
with that car.
did very, very well with it. From what I saw. And they're a great retailer, and I'm sorry, I'm kind of plugging them here, but the point is that when I was going into this talk, I had a long conversation with him about what he likes and doesn't like and things like that, and so it was a little easier for me to get on a stage and kind of talk sensibly to your crowd.
What's funny is that we just talked about how people in car culture love to customize their cars and improve the performance of their cars, and I think there might be a sense in it that maybe that isn't present for electric vehicles, that it's more difficult or not possible to improve the performance of an electric vehicle. But just like you said, Unplugged Performance is doing it every day.
Well,
here's the
thing too. If you're going to go out and do spirited driving with your EV,
you absolutely need to
improve your brakes. You need to improve your suspension, and that's going to avert disaster. And that goes for pretty much any car.
I was about to say
brakes and suspension.
Yeah, and if it's a high-performance car that has a lot of horsepower and you can get that 0 to 60 time that we were talking about, again, this is my favorite thing: is an electric car is a car. It is a car. The performance aspects of it are built on the powertrain. It's based on the fuel you're switching over to. But to your point, if you're going to enjoy taking it, and again, if you want to do like a nice like road course run, if you want to go into the hills and have some fun with it, that is based on the principles that we've always known for a long time. And if anything, an EV oftentimes has better lower center of gravity. It lends to those performance aspects, but you still have to be thoughtful around what the performance is you need to think about for upgrades and updates. And that's what even like Electrify show off here at the Electrify Expo event. There are modified and customized cars here that are putting that into practice, and that's a big part of what we're already seeing. Yeah.
I was going to say, I actually am enjoying the culture here, and effectively, again, it's a different car culture, and I think there's a lot of people out there, and I will say this to all my friends watching at home, who are ice apologists just like me.
You should be here. I mean, come on.
What I was going to say is most of those people kind of identify EV people as having smartest guy in the room syndrome. But you know what? There's plenty of people in our culture that do the same thing, who you're going to have arguments at events about, in 1969, Brian Redmond was taking this corner at Le Mans. It's like, who the hell cares?
Right. Don't talk down to me. I don't care who you are. Don't do it.
I'm just having fun talking to people here. I went and rode a few of the EV bikes and had a lot of fun doing it. And, and everybody here's been really cool. I mean, despite who I am,
Despite that. Well, I gotta say, for everything you've seen, I wanna close with this. For everything that you've seen in the industry as it leads up to all the way to today, what do you think is the most impressive technology right now that's in the market on the EV front?
I'm actually, here's what I'm hoping for. How's that? I hope the battery technology will change that, because a light car is a fast car. These cars weigh in at 5,000, 6,000 pounds, which is great for a low center of gravity and everything. You kind of want that in performance. But, you know, overall, what I want to see is an improvement in battery technology. But that, I was just over here at Lucid, and they were showing me
They have some
what
of the best
they were
battery tech
doing
on the
with
market.
it. So, you know, so that's something that I'm kind of keeping an eye on.
So like energy density in the battery pack,
and
efficiency
and
of
of
the
course, and of course, range.
Well, of course. That's the beauty of it is if you can, the more energy you can get into a pack, the smaller you can make it based on how much range you can get out of that car. And I think we're still at that stage where we're seeing, again, some players are out in advance. Lucid, without doubt, has the best battery tech that I think you could arguably say is on the market. And we're seeing, though, on a global scale, the competition that's ramping up on tech is going to have to happen here domestically. We'll see more companies have to compete. So I think you bring up one of the best points is that is the heart and soul of an EV. The tech today exists that you can go and buy an EV and drive it all the time. Which EV do you have right now?
I'm driving an EV6.
Okay.
So, I mean, it's not a performance, or I drive the just light long range one, which is just your family car. But they do have a performance variant of it, and it does struggle in that respect with lower range, and it definitely needs to improve in that area.
But even the battery tech that's inside your vehicle is on the same front as what we see from Lucid from, we're getting to the weeds a bit, but like voltage-wise, it allows you to charge a lot faster through some of these different platforms.
Class-leading charging performance on that car. That's part of why I bought it. It's a road trip master.
Yeah, exactly.
Matt, I'll close with one thing.
Okay.
Back in the early 20th century, when Henry Ford was driving his early models around town, people would say, "Get a horse." Okay? But you know what? When the car took off, there was a hell of a lot less horse manure in the streets.
Exactly.
We're having the same conversation, right?
That is a nice benefit. Well, Tom, so for those who want to find out more about what you're working on from again from a journalistic perspective, how do they get in touch with you? How do they find what you're doing?
My website is tomstaller.com. That has pretty much all of my written works for the last 20 plus years, and you know, you can contact me through the site if anybody here wants to have a talk offline. I'll be happy to do that, and I do have some cards to pass out. So thanks so much, Matt, for having me.
This has been a fantastic conversation. This is
well.
what we want to have here at Expo. So again, if you can hear our voices, we're at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. And if you want a free t-shirt, if you hear our voices, swing on by, get a free t-shirt. Also, you can sit down in the shade, charge up your phones. We've got everything here for relaxing. But also, you get to hear these conversations with industry experts and leaders that are going to hopefully get you, to think about what your next purchase might be as an EV in a way that's more comfortable, more confident, and that's why we're here. So, Tom, thank you again for taking the time.
Thanks for
Tom.
having me. You guys have a good one.
reality check booth powered by GreenCars.com. So make sure you come by the booth because we got free t-shirts. If you can hear my voice, there's a free t-shirt that awaits you, but also we got shade. You can power up your phones while you're sitting and listening to some great conversations today from people throughout the industry that are on the front lines. Some of them are behind the curtain making things happen. My name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you are looking to buy an EV or if you own an EV, download the Chargeway mobile app. It is one of the best things you can have in your pocket for finding charging, planning road trips, and just making it super, super simple. And also, here joining me today is Blake Aaron. Blake, good to see you.
Yep, my name's Blake Aarons. Good to see you too, Matt. I am a YouTube EV enthusiast, content creator, all of that stuff. I'm just excited about electric vehicles. That's why I'm on the stage here. I'm also a resident of Phoenix, Arizona, so I know what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in the state of Arizona, specifically Phoenix.
You add to the credibility of the discussion today. That's what it is. I like. You can say, no, I've done that here. I live here. I live this. This is what I do all the time.
I keep it real.
You keep it real. You keep it real. And also, as we're keeping it real, we're with Julie Cruz. So, Julie, you are a transportation policy advisor with the state and the governor's office, right?
Yes, I'm very happy to be here today and very excited to kind of just talk about some of the key efforts that is happening in the state. I mean, this is the most exciting time with the EV technology and emerging technologies and all of the different types of disciplines that come into mix in order to make this in reality.
Well, and you just said it very well. There's so much that goes into making this industry function. So for people that are attending Expo today, they're getting the chance to get hands-on with vehicles. They get a chance to get hands-on with products. But all of that came to fruition because of a lot of work by stakeholders to bring it all to life. So on that level, on the state level from Arizona, I guess, well, you've got a few questions I know for a fact because you live here that are very deep and dear to your heart.
I think I have some questions that a lot of the audience might have, a lot of the residents of Phoenix might have. I think one of the main points of contention or anxieties that people might have who are considering going electric is stuff like range anxiety, the availability of public chargers, stuff like that. So a lot of people might want to know what Phoenix is doing in order to address that concern. Specifically about public charging infrastructure. Is that something that you could help us with?
Or even on a state level?
Or on a state level.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I think what's happening now, a lot of local governments, local and statewide, are recognizing, you guys has mentioned this previously, but the consumer market is there. This is it's continuing to expand. We are seeing an increase annually, probably higher every year of folks transitioning or owning. It could be both a normal car and transitioning to EVs. And as local governments and statewide officials, we need to recognize that EV infrastructure needs to be there. So what is happening in the state and what we've been seeing across is, through some of these key federal investments, in the state highway system, we want to make sure that they are keeping up EV infrastructure that is reliable, that includes transparent pricing, that include amenities. And so one unique way that Arizona has approached this is through the private industry, the P3 approach, public-private partnerships. This is an emerging technology where right here, you guys have so many experts across the board. And one thing that ADOT, for example, the Department of Transportation, is building out 18 new EV infrastructures on the state highway system. But that's going to be done through private partnerships. We've identified key holders in the industry that are doing that great work. And in the midst of what's happening nationally, we continue to have that dialogue and we continue to monitor the situation. But I am feeling I'm feeling a sense that no matter what, this is going to be something that as governments, we're going to have to figure it out one way or another.
I think it's great that you guys are recognizing that shift and that it's real and it's not going away anytime soon. It's not a fad, as some people might say.
Well, there's a lot of investment being made on the federal side that then has been brought to the states, and the states have to make the plan happen from both the DOT side and the DOE side to get those dollars in to make that infrastructure happen. But to your point, that's not the state implementing that. That's the state working with the private sector to say, we are going to create this stakeholder partnership to make it happen. And that's again, this is the behind the curtain stuff. At the end of the day, people that are buying EVs that are here at the expo, they just want to know, hey, is there a charger there and is it working and can I trust my car, basically. So to that point, where are we at on process and time? So how long is it going to take for those new stations that are going to be going in throughout the state? Is there a timeline for when we might see that those things are all getting turned on and activated?
Well, I mean, I think right now, aside of what's already existing from the private industry investments, as far as the public side of it, you may start seeing them at the end of this year. I mean,
Okay.
it does take approximately a year, to build this out and, trying to get all the paperwork. But I do want to focus on another area, and that is the workforce development component.
Sure.
Because what this means of all these private industries coming to Arizona, that is through collaborations, not just with local governments, but within the Arizona Commerce Authority, for example. And what we're seeing is that as companies are coming to the state, that also means more jobs
Oh, yeah.
for Arizonans. And it's also really excited to see some of these private industry partners kind of investing locally on the neighborhoods. You guys have mentioned Lucid. Lucid, for example, is very intentional hiring within citizens and residents
Yep.
in Casa Grande itself.
And they also just acquired a building from Nikola, so they're expanding their footprint to make sure they can bring more jobs and more development of those jobs and products here to the state.
Yeah, and I mean, Arizona's the perfect place for electric vehicles, right? We have a great climate that caters toward EV efficiency and reliability, and so it's great to see that companies are identifying that and investing more in Arizona.
So on a personal note, so you've been in your role for about 2 years, I think you said, with the governor's office?
Yes.
Okay, so on the vehicle front side, we're at Expo. I don't know if you have an EV yet or not. Do you, or?
I do not have an EV yet, but I'm certainly out in the market. But I think being in this role, it also allows me to look at it from the consumer perspective.
Oh, cool. All right.
And so I think you mentioned it, range anxiety is a real thing. I
Yeah.
love to take road trips. So I want to make sure we have a reliable, robust system. And being a woman, there's going to be times where I might be driving late at night. I want to make sure that EV infrastructure is going to be safe, that there's going to be lighting and secure. So I think I try to approach the role from that perspective, as folks are looking to make that transition or enhance, if they already want to add a new car to their family household.
Well, the human element matters to all of this, right? And you brought up some great points that I think a lot of early adopters of electric cars were just like, I'll deal, man. Like, I'll just make it happen. I don't even have to think about it. But as we get into a mainstream audience, there's other things we have to consider, which includes how is the infrastructure built out and how does it make people feel, again, like you said, safe.
And, I feel like these concerns that you have about buying an electric vehicle are shared by various members of the public. And so they're valid concerns. And I think today the benefit of where we are in EV adoption is that there are so many resources available to answer some of the questions that you might have and questions that the audience has as well.
You mentioned one thing before we started about just visibility of charging is one thing that's kind of on your mind. And for example, how do we improve? And we've even talked about this already today of we have people that go and buy cars every day. We've been doing it for decades. So you mentioned things about signage and how we can improve upon visibility of signage. What can be done on a state level for that? I mean, I've met with some policy folks on alternate fuel corridor planning and things like that, and we're just not getting it right when it comes to the visibility, the signage, and the clarity around that. What can be done around that?
It's funny. So my background prior to this role was really working on the transit side. And in transit industry, wayfinding is important. Think about it. If you're in Seattle, for example, you're at the airport and you need to take the rail to your hotel in downtown Seattle. Wayfinding is a crucial element for you to help you navigate that system.
Yeah.
And so from the EV experience, those same principles apply. So when you are at the point where you're like, I have 5% juice left. I need to find it, and it says that it's right here near a shopping center on this busy street. It could be anxious trying to find it, and voila, there it is, but it's a little bit hidden.
And you can't quite, while you're driving, be in your phone trying to find the details about this charger. So that's the point that we're making here, is that there is a case to be made for the improvement of this visibility, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, and we talked about earlier with the team from SRP about how there are networks that are coming into market that have higher visibility to their station designs. I think one of the things that hindered infrastructure when it was deployed over the last decade or more was that permitting is a problem. And so you can it's hard enough to get power, do the trenching, get the power in, get the charger where you want it to be, but then you have to get a secondary permit if you want an awning over that thing. So it's like, okay, how far does it, how can we simplify that? How can we make it better?
And that is the one issue that we collectively in the industry and local governments, we're really trying to tackle that
Awesome.
issue.
Love to hear
because we recognize that, you know, we have to be efficient. We have to make that transition. More and more families are transitioning to EVs. And so that is something that we are collectively looking at within our system. Like, how do we make it more efficient to expedite this process? And one thing Arizona did a couple of years ago, they created a dashboard. So if you're that permitting entity, you get to have access and understand exactly where you're at the process. But you also have, you know, we're here to serve the public, and we're here to make sure that this is being done right.
I mean, permitting is important, right? It caters to the safety aspect of these stalls and the awnings that we were talking about. We need to make sure that they're going in a place where they belong. But the process can be improved upon. Any process can, right? And so I'm glad to hear that you guys are doing that. That's great.
Well, and what we're seeing right now too is that state to state, you know, various states are activating on EV programs at different paces. And so I guess from the perspective of what Arizona has been doing, again, we've got job production, we've got vehicle production happening here in the state, which creates those jobs. I guess on an ecosystem perspective, do you think that Arizona is really kind of set up for success in that way to get all those stakeholders to the table?
I think so. I think what we've been seeing in the past few years and what you're seeing today's outputs is a testament to the work that has been going on for the past few years. And I think that work will continue to expand, and we are not just playing a key role on the national level, but we're also playing a key role on the global level, because these are companies that are making these investments in the state, but their model is to go out to that global market.
Right.
So to be part of that, it's a very exciting time in the state.
Huge opportunity for advancement of electrification here in Arizona.
I gotta be honest, you've been talking about a lot of what you've done on your side for the job that you have, like when we've been talking off mic. And I think that it speaks to, there's a lot of people out there I think that think like you, that are in day jobs, but there's this element of what's happening with this discussion that's in the back of their mind, right? So you're kind of, well, you guys like work down the street from each other basically, is my understanding.
Almost.
Yeah, almost, right? So in the way that what we've been talking about here is about the front lines of the conversation that is behind the scenes that creates the opportunity for all this. Where do you see the work that you're doing that's not on a high level of the government's office, or the governor's office rather, but even on agencies that are localized? How does that improve?
So I would say that there's not a whole lot of crossover between what I do working for the county and public infrastructure or anything like that. But the fundamental element of improvement of processes that we were talking about before with the permitting process, making that process more efficient, that's kind of a universal ideology that our government at every single level seems to have right now. So,
well, I think that's what's fun is that the people that are hearing these conversations today, this is oftentimes, again, this is not something they hear about on a regular basis. We're wanting to show them that it's not something that's just happening willy-nilly, and it's like, oh no, we're not being reactive. This is a state that's being very proactive. And I think that's something that is really setting the stage for opportunities for something like Expo to come into town and not only just showcase the fact that you can engage with the products, but again, we talked about it with some of our other earlier conversations, is that once you get the car, it's the step-by-step process of, okay, what else do I have to have? And we're showing that is not only being developed, but it already exists in many ways here in the state. So I guess for the two of you, because you're local and you're kind of on that front lines, you're obviously doing a lot of high-level work there. What do you think, like, where do you see things in, I guess, a year to 5 years' time? Like, I mean, is we're going to see a lot of change the next 12 months? Or do you think it's more so that we're going to see it's going to take still maybe like 4 or 5 more years before we see real differences?
Well,
I'm
going to be honest.
I'm the sandwich of this stress and tension.
Everything is happening very fast.
Okay.
And I mentioned this prior to going online, but for example, right now we're talking about electric vehicles and the technology that some of it may come with autonomous driving technology. Well, guess what? There's also conversations happening on the aviation front, where we're talking about being able to provide passengers from point A to point B, and we're talking about autonomous flying planes.
What?
Efficiency.
Electric.
Exactly.
And there are those, and so that is happening right now. It's happening in parts of the country. And there's a lot of interest here, you know, when you have partners like Boeing and Honeywell. So right now what we're seeing, it just doesn't apply to cars. It's
But it's
impacting the transportation overall.
You
Yeah,
guys
like-
are getting
yeah.
the inside scoop because it's just it points to the fact that the benefits of not just electric vehicles or the benefits of electricity don't stop at vehicles for driving on roads. We're talking about the potential applications being enormous, right? We can.
Well, and it's something that it always seems like science fiction until it's happening in front of you, right?
It kind of is.
Yeah, and it's like, but wait a minute, hold on. The things that we're seeing changing through electrification, like you were saying, and the applications that we can have for software and how that then applies to transportation overall. I mean, that's what you're defining. And this is what a lot of people, again, they think about it not proactively, but they might see a story about it and go, but is that true? Is that really happening?
It's really true.
It's really true.
And I mean, you could even go into the commercial trucking industry, for example. There are companies out there that are going to they're doing testing in the state. That's another great thing about Arizona, is that we are willing to be collaborative and find ways to have this type of technology be tested in the state. I mean, you could be seeing self-driving, autonomous mode trucking companies, and trucking industry is looking to invest in EV infrastructures because so there's a lot happening behind the scenes and a lot of major players having these conversations now.
It's really cool to be a Phoenix resident because we do live in this hub of electrification where we get to see some of that stuff that you're talking about firsthand before really a lot of the public gets to see it. So.
Well, that's nothing. You just hit a great point. The Electrify Expo goes to 8 cities throughout the United States, and it's a very good window into what's been happening on a local level as it relates to electrification. And Phoenix as a metro area, Arizona as a state, is doing a lot of things to push the industry forward in a way that I think many people that are local here, we're not actively talking about it the same way. Maybe they're not seeing the cities like we are when we go around for Expo, but it is happening here, as you said, quickly. So I guess kind of to close things out, we've talked about a lot of high-level stuff. I think the thing that is most important for those who are hearing this conversation today, in my opinion, is that they can have confidence that the people that are behind the curtain making this industry happen are doing a lot. And yes, there's a lot of ins and outs to it, but you're making it happen. So I guess any closing comments you'd want everybody here listening today to take away?
Before she jumps into it.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry.
I really just want to plug this for the audience. Anybody who's listening that lives in Arizona, this is a great place to own and drive an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
Not everybody across the country has the luxuries or the access to public charging that people in Arizona, especially the major metropolitan area, do.
I gotta say, like that visualization thing we're talking about, I guess that's what you gotta keep driving it home though.
Exactly.
It's there. It's there. So.
Well, I guess for final thoughts is at the end of the day, I mean, we're really here working hard to not only bring jobs, but it allowed these exciting innovations happening in our industry and in our lifetime, quite frankly, to be taking place here in the state. Again, we're here not to just make a name nationally, but we're here on the global market. So this is exciting.
What a time to be alive and what a place to do it.
And again, and there's almost a breeze picking up too. I feel like, was I wrong?
We don't talk. Look, I can tell you're not from here because we don't talk about it when the weather starts to get better because you'll jinx it and it'll go
I
away.
know, I'm
Acknowledge
that
it.
guy.
You
I'm
just
like,
don't acknowledge it.
Matt's from out of town. Good job, buddy.
All
Well,
right.
you are listening to the Electrify Expo EV Reality Check booth. It is powered by GreenCars.com. For those who can hear our voices, there's a free T-shirt that awaits you. But also, we got Shade. We got a deal that you can charge your phones. You've been taking photos of your experiences here at the Expo. Moreover, throughout the day, we're going to continue to have conversations with industry leaders that are making an impact and making it not just the electrification industry possible, but really creating it here on a local level. So, Julie, thank you so much for taking the time to meet with us today.
Absolutely. Thank you guys for having me. Thank you.
Perfect. Trey, let's hear it. Download the Chargeway mobile app to your phone. It simplifies EV charging for every EV on the market. You can plan road trips and see real-time status for public chargers throughout all of North America. Make sure to check that out. Here at the EV Reality Check booth here at Electrify Expo, the biggest thing we're doing is we're answering questions and we're talking with industry professionals and leaders around what's happening to make electrification happen, especially here in the state of Arizona and the city of Phoenix. And so I'm joined right now by Josh Bird from Evolve Charging. You are the National Sales Director for Evolve, and you are based here in Phoenix, right?
Correct. Yes, based here in Phoenix.
So you are literally on the front lines of charging infrastructure and installing it. And how does that going? So how busy are you guys?
You know, this year has really we've seen a huge growth spurt. Extremely busy. I think that it's really starting to turn the corner.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when you see where you've been, so I guess how long have you guys been in market with installations? Give people a nice sense of when you guys started.
Yeah, we've been doing this for about 4 years. So yeah, just getting started and looking forward to a long transition for EV infrastructure.
Okay, cool. Well, so I guess with respect to where things are at in the marketplace for Phoenix, you have seen again some transition the last 4 years. Like you said, it's grown a lot here in the last year or so. What would you say from your perspective is one of the biggest things that still needs to be solved when you are out doing installations? I mean, a lot of people have questions and you're there to make those answers happen. But what are things that we've talked to a lot of different stakeholders today about how we can improve upon things from the industry side? Are we there? Is it working for you guys? Where do you think improvements could still happen?
Yeah, I mean, definitely from a construction standpoint, I think that, people can build out and invest the money up front, expanding their electrical, infrastructure, investing in larger transformers.
So new construction is planning ahead, essentially.
Planning ahead, yep.
So do you guys do a lot of retrofits for homes and apartments and things like that?
Yeah, we do a lot of retrofits. So we'll go into multifamily properties, put in tenant charging for them, whether it's an amenity or something that they want to charge for.
So for you, then it's really about working on the commercial side. You're not having individual customers come to you. It's more so there's a brand new building in downtown that has a parking garage. There's an apartment that just got built. There are new condos that just went in. You're solving their problems for infrastructure, right?
That is correct. Yep. So we'll go in and put in a full infrastructure plan for them where it works for their current electrical capacity and really maximize what they have.
So let's talk simple numbers here. For people that know nothing about electric cars, when you're installing a charger at an apartment building or a condo or a workplace, if I don't have the ability to charge at home and I have to go charge at work, for example, if I was to use one of your chargers, what would I expect to get out of that experience if I was at work for 8 hours?
Yeah, I mean, 8 hours, you're going to get a full charge in most cases. So that's considered essentially overnight. So the dwell time is very similar to something that you would live or even charging at home.
So yeah, that's I think what people need to learn a lot about if they're new to electric cars is what's that dwell time look like, right? So if you don't have the option to charge at home, a lot of what the infrastructure is that you're putting in, it accommodates people that are non-homeowners, and it also accommodates businesses that want to make sure that they can accommodate their employees. They want to go electric, right?
That is correct, yeah. And when you look at the workplace charging, that really attracts that top-tier client, folks that are applying for those jobs. And so I think that that's a huge benefit these days, and especially with a lot of tech coming to town with TSMC and, a lot of the chip manufacturers. I think that will really help them attract a lot of talent. But, I mean, you got to think about it. It's also essentially free gas, right?
Well, that's the thing. If to think about how to fill up with electricity, this is what we talk about at my company all the time, is that's really what we're talking about, is you're switching from a liquid fuel and gasoline to switching to electrons to fill up with. But the nuance with that is that sometimes it could take you, at the lowest power charger you could find, it could arguably take you days.
Yeah.
But at the fastest chargers you can find, it can take you 15 to 20 minutes. So you guys are focused on really what is that longer dwell time, where your vehicle is going to sit for, again, maybe the work day, maybe overnight in an apartment. And so that's a consumer psychology switch, though, right? I mean, how do you guys talk about even your customers on a commercial level about how they can translate the value of that to their customers or their tenants?
Yeah, I mean, absolutely. It's an amenity, essentially, but there's also a revenue component. And a marketing component, really, if you think about it, because they're advertising that amenity, but they also have the capability to either offer it for free which is even more marketing for them, right?
Exactly, free fuel.
Yeah, free fuel, or generating revenue, right? And networking those chargers where they can maximize their electrical capacity with software, but also earn some extra NTR, as we call it, non-traditional revenue.
Non-traditional revenue. Wow, we're getting into some acronyms right now and talking about the fun stuff.
We like acronyms.
Well, welcome to the EV industry where acronyms go to thrive.
Right. Yeah.
It's like, well, how are you doing that? It's like, well, that's a KW, that's a KWH, that's a J177. I think that the thing that happens with the work that you're doing and so many other professionals that are making the installs happen is at the end of the day, you're removing all these barriers of entry. It's about, number one, having the ability as a driver to personalize the fill up to you. And that comes with knowing where your options are. So to that extent, when you're doing the installs, are you working with, is it on your guys' software? Is there an evolved network? Or are you working with other hardware and software providers? So when people are looking to use those chargers, they have other different companies they work with. What's that process look like for someone to use a charger that you might install?
Yeah, absolutely. So we represent a bunch of different OEMs, everybody from ChargePoint, Alltel, Blink. We've got some on the DC side that are DC specific. And so, yeah, I mean, we're putting in chargers that people are familiar with, that people are members of the networks, that they may already have downloaded the app or have an account already. And so, yeah, that's what we're putting in is the major networks that you're seeing, and really trying to expand that and help them grow, because that's their business.
Right, yeah. And I guess so for those of you listening that are new to EVs and maybe something you haven't done before, there are different charging networks out there that you can basically go to, kind of like you used to go to different gas stations. So there's a Quick Trip down the street, there's a Circle K down the street, there's a Chevron down the street. Well, your company Evolved, what you're doing is the behind the curtain installs on behalf of the network you might use, like a Blink or a ChargePoint, etc. So that's you're basically you're the one that's making the sausage.
Essentially, yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we sure are. And I think really looking at where we're putting the chargers is a big thing too. Certain regions, territories where they may have state incentives, where they may have local incentives or utility incentives, SRP here in the Phoenix
commercial
Metro.
incentives they have, yeah.
Yeah, they're great, and really help push that transition forward.
Well, we've been talking to a lot of different people today that again, consumers and people that are coming to the expo, they may not have heard the names. They may not know who these people, like in SRP's example, everybody that's a Phoenix resident's probably heard of SRP, but there's a lot of work being done behind the scenes to make an event like Electrify Expo possible, which is you've got the automakers that had to produce the cars. You've got the e-bike companies and the micromobility companies that had to produce the products. But at the end of the day, how you use them based on electricity is the fundamental way that you get to enjoy those products. And that's what it takes is companies like Evolve to say, well, no, we are the ones that are stepping in to make that easier for the companies that need to deploy quickly with those products. And the charging piece of it is fundamental. It is really the linchpin that makes someone be able to say, I can buy that electric car with confidence, right? Is that how you would see it?
Yeah, I mean, the place that people charge the most is obviously at home, right?
Yeah.
And so that kind of transitions into our business, which is multifamily. I mean, a lot of people live in apartments and condos. That's their home, right? Not everybody has a single family a house with a garage,
So they rely on where they live to do the work to make it happen. So when you're looking to work with new installation locations, what's the process for you? I mean, obviously you probably have natural inquiries that are inbound to you, but how do you go about finding locations, as you mentioned, like where are we installing these things? Are you able to go in and, again, market to, again, multi-unit dwellings, people that have apartments or condos, businesses, parking garages? Are you actively going and seeking out customers in that way?
Yeah, we definitely are. Multifamily is huge for us. So that's, like I said, 80% of people charge at home. And so that obviously is their home. And so that's where they're going to be charging. But I think a lot of it is just making them comfortable with accessible chargers that work, right? And so many of them are down. And one thing that Evolved EV Charging Solutions has done is rolled out a national service and maintenance program.
That's a big deal.
Yeah. So we really want to help keep them reliable, keep them the uptime as much as possible. and really, make that experience for the driver seamless.
So in that respect too, that means if you install a charger on behalf of a network like a ChargePoint or a Blink, if there's a service-related issue, does that structure where those chargers are installed, do they come directly to you then if that service plan is in place?
Correct, yeah. So they would contact us directly, and we would go out and troubleshoot the charger. So whether that's, a basic get on the phone with the manufacturer and see if the software is an issue or if it's something on the electrical side. But, doing the preventative maintenance, I think, is really important, and that's part of that component is preventative maintenance and really, making sure that they're up and running and set up for success in the future.
And what you're talking about is the reliability of the fill-up. Right, I think
correct.
That's one thing that really is still, I think, something that it has to be tapped into for the industry, like kind of broadly. You can fall in love with a car like you have with any car you've ever owned before, and that car could run on electricity, but the reliability and the trust in electricity to be your fuel is something that's fundamental, and it doesn't happen unless companies like yours are working with those networks to deploy reliable chargers, but at scale. So you're based in Phoenix. You've been operating in Arizona. Have you ever crossed the state lines? Have you been installed elsewhere? Where else are you working?
Yeah, we're working nationwide. So
wow, all right.
Yeah, we've got projects up in the Northeast and in California. Denver area is big for us. So really, a lot of the state incentives, kind of like I mentioned, drive these programs and projects. So.
Well, if businesses and apartment complexes can say, if we can save X amount of dollars on this, I think the beauty of it is if you track that information on your side, state to state, region to region, that's a nice way for you to walk in and say, by the way, we can do this for you, and you can even save some money if we do it for you, right?
Absolutely, and we're looking for the least expensive way for a customer to do these installations, especially in retrofit, getting really creative, seeing where existing conduit is, where we can, utilize infrastructure that's already been set and maximize that for putting the most chargers and not necessarily the most infrastructure, right?
Well,
we want to put chargers in. We don't want to do electrical work, although we do.
Right. You can, again, those are hand in glove, right? Without it, you guys can't install anything.
That's true.
Yeah. So to that extent, you've seen a lot on how the sausage is made. That's kind of where you guys live. I think from a perspective of how the industry could continue to grow, do you think it really is going to be about larger scale distribution of lower powered charging in places where people just don't realize they could put it? I mean, I think that's still something that's still untapped.
Yeah, I think that's the most realistic plan, especially when it comes to the financial piece of it.
Right.
It's very expensive to come in and do some of these projects, especially when you get into DC chargers. They're anywhere from, $15,000 to $500,000.
I was about to say six digits.
Yeah, 6 digits. And so, I think this particular market here in Phoenix is very reliant on level 2. We're not quite the California yet, so we don't have the amount of drivers and attention I think that EVs get, but it's definitely coming here, and we see it in full swing ahead in other markets.
So I have to ask, you're in the market, you do this every day. Do you drive an EV yourself?
I do, yeah.
Okay,
so,
what are you driving?
F-150 Lightning.
Ooh, there you go. Okay, well, again, at the end of the day, you're out doing installs. That's what that vehicle's designed for, is to create the functionality that you need to get more work done.
Exactly.
So how long have you had the truck?
Almost 2 years.
Oh, wow. Okay, so you were one of the first, frankly. Yeah, I mean, it's been in market for only a couple of years now, for the most part.
Yeah.
So what's your favorite thing about the F-150 Lightning?
I think the power for a truck that's big.
Yeah.
It's got the extended range, and it's got 580 horsepower, which is just insane. I mean, it does 0 to 60 in sub 4 seconds.
Yeah.
And a 6,500 pound truck, so it's pretty impressive.
Well, the cool thing is the people that are working in this on a daily basis. I always love to hear what vehicle they've opted for, and what you do on a daily basis for work. This lends to that, but at the same time too, it's also a practical vehicle for you with family and things of that nature as well.
Yeah, I mean, 4 doors. It's huge inside, and has obviously the power, but it has a ton of technology. I mean,
yeah.
it is absolutely amazing, the things that it can do and all the stuff that you can, hook up to it when you're on a job site, right?
Yeah.
I mean, I can hook up a level 2 charger to it, right in the plug in the back.
Literally, yeah. And you can even charge another car off of it, right?
Yeah, you can, yeah, or your house.
Yeah, or the house.
Yeah, or a band, a drum set, a concert, right? They had that
That's right.
commercial.
I was going to say
Yeah,
they did a commercial about that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, what we're speaking to again, the work that you're doing is again behind the scenes, but it's making things happen. But you're also living it as an EV owner, and I think it's important for people to see because it adds a level of authenticity to the people that are making this industry happen. Because it's not just about going and selling; it's about the fact that you understand and live with the product on a regular basis, and you can speak to that when you talk to anybody. I'm sure.
Yeah, you know, I just personally I want it to be easier for everybody to have accessible and reliable charging. But yeah, being able to find a free level 2 at a retail facility while I'm out that's like gold, right? It's free gas.
Exactly. It's a free fill up if you can find it.
Free fill up.
Well, Josh, I got to say this is one of the things that I enjoy the most about the industry is that talking to folks like you that are making it happen, like living out the hard work about putting in the infrastructure, keeping it up and running and reliable. So for those who are listening, again, this is live streamed on YouTube, and for those who might hear it again later, again, you're doing installs on behalf of people that need it on a larger scale for level 2. We're talking businesses, we're talking multi-unit dwelling. How do they get in touch with Evolve to find more information about how they can talk to you about those installs?
Yeah, absolutely. You can check us out at evolvedev.com. That's EVOLVEDEV.com. Or you can look me up on LinkedIn. I'm Josh Bird, BYRD.
Yeah, again, not Larry style, other style.
Not Larry, yeah.
Well, Josh, thank you so much for taking the time today. This is the Why EV Reality Check booth is here. It's meant to answer questions. Again, show what's happening. Again, we've had a lot of really interesting conversations today from various people throughout Arizona that are working on making this possible so that an event like Expo can showcase the cars so people can buy them and go love them.
Absolutely.
So
Yeah, this is a great event, and thank you for having us.
No, appreciate it. Thank you to Evolve the work you're doing. And again, for those who are listening, this is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. We'll have more industry professionals here throughout the day talking about what the work is that they're doing to make it happen. And for now, we're going to take a pause. Trey, let's spin that.
All right, welcome back, everybody, to the Electrify Expo, specifically the EV Reality Check powered by GreenCars.com. So if you're just walking by or just sitting down, this is a little talk show, a little Q&A where we're going to get a little close and personal with a few members of the electric community who are doing big things, asking them questions that not only I have, but the members of the public might have as well. So I am Blake Aaron. I am an EV enthusiast. I'm a content creator. I make YouTube videos just focusing on electric vehicles and my personal preferences and perspectives on them. I am joined by Jason. Jason, could you introduce yourself? Tell us about what you do and who you are.
Yeah, hi everybody. I'm Jason Kanagi. I'm the CEO of Jackrabbit Mobility. We make these crazy little micro e-bikes called Jackrabbits.
So I'm going to ask you specifically about that because I'm familiar with e-bikes, but you called this a micro bike? So what's the difference there?
It's a new invention. It's kind of a mixture between kind of the best attributes of a scooter in terms of portability and the best attributes of a bicycle in terms of the rideability, the stability, the comfort, the long distances you can ride on these things. And Wired magazine kind of ultimately came up with, we're like, what should we call this thing? They named us they named us best micro e-bike, and then they named us world's most useful e-bike as well.
Okay, so kind of like Spider-Man when he shows up on the stage, the announcer gives him his name. Micro bike is the name that you guys were granted.
As long as it's a good name, we're very happy with people coming up with the name for us.
I love that. I mean, it's descriptive too. Is that the first thing that strikes me about this machine is that it's smaller, and my assumption would be then that it's more compact and easier to take with you if you want to throw it in the back of your car, if you want to use it as your main mode of transportation. It looks like it serves both purposes. Is that right?
Yeah, and I'll drop kind of all little kinds of stats and quotes. Popular Science has named us the best commuter e-bike, and there's plenty of big bikes out there, right? We love bikes. We come from a bike designing background. We all ride full-size bicycles, or we did, but we all like skateboard and can ride scooters and everything. But we realized there's an opportunity, a need for a better mobility solution. So this is the ultimate in micro-mobility. We think of this as like a small EV, basically. They're super fun, but we kind of figured that, something really light, something really portable, that again is stable, and it's different looking for sure. But when you ride this, you'll see. You got to ride a Jackrabbit.
Yeah, I feel like that's a good point, is that when we think about EVs, our minds immediately go to cars, right? But an EV is really anything propelled by electricity that transports people from A to B. And so this seems like probably a more affordable way to accomplish that, for one, and then just a more convenient way to maybe enjoy some of the hobbies that you're already into, like biking.
Yeah, we fit kind of all over the place. New York City, LA, places like that, but big rider community here in the Phoenix area as well. We sell at like 5 or 6 dealers here, Shields, Specialized Shops, the Bike Barn, places like that. So all kinds of riders. I mean, from motocross, supercross pros ride Jackrabbits. 90-year-old little old ladies ride Jackrabbits, right? We like to say from 9 to 90, and it just kind of fits everybody, so.
Yeah, it looks like it. And talking about fitting, the other benefit then is that because it's so small, if you want to go off-road, you can, it looks like pretty easily disassemble the thing, pack it into the trunk of your car, and take it where you want to go. Is that?
Yeah, I'd be happy to demo because it's super easy. I just put the mic down for a second.
Can we do that?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's do it.
I'm gonna show you a couple little modes, basically. This is actually our bigger bike that you're seeing right here.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so we have a
I
slightly
can't
smaller
really imagine
bike.
it getting any smaller.
Well,
but
they all have 20-inch wheels and big wheels. We have lots of sayings. Small wheels suck. We really think that small scooter wheels and smaller wheels, they're just not as stable. So the fact that we're able to get a 20-inch wheel, these are BMX wheels basically, 20-inch BMX wheels. It gives you a really stable ride, basically, right?
So you're not really sacrificing performance. It's not like you can't take this anywhere that you would take a similarly sized bicycle, like if you're going on trails or anything like that.
Right. I mean, yeah, and you will roll over bumps, and you will be able to cruise and ride on this, and yet this still fits in a travel bag, and you can check it, take it on airplanes.
Oh, wow.
I'm flying to San Francisco tomorrow with this bike.
Okay.
You just take the batteries out, put them in your carry-on, and then you check the bike. And I've done it. I'm approaching the 100 mark, I'd say, probably, because I fly to Vegas. I ride it out of the airport down to the Strip, downtown, back to the Strip.
They don't let you ride it in the terminal, right? No?
We have. If you look on our Jackrabbit fan club, you'll
Get
see
outta
people
here.
riding it through airports and out of the baggage claim, and so yeah, it's because
I mean, that's a use case in
it's
itself.
fun, you know, right? I mean, I ride this into the bathroom, you know, right? Like, why leave it outside, right? You know. But anyway, back to your question: how does this thing fold up, and how does it get thinner? All that sort of stuff, right? So, it turns into a flat mode, and the flat mode is for kind of like making it super thin, and it goes behind the front seat of any car that way, basically.
Wow.
Right? There's no chain or pedals to snag on anything, so you put it in flat mode. And I have a Tesla Model 3 white interior.
Okay.
It just slides right behind the front seat, right? And it's not a problem with the interior of that car,
We don't
right?
even have to
And
get into the cargo area. Of
you
the
don't
car.
even.
We can-
The first
okay.
mode I'm going to show you when I put it into this, you rotate the handlebars 90 degrees. You put the foot pegs up. I'll show you real quick. But that way, it just fits basically behind any car that way. If you take the handlebars all the way off and rotate the front wheel, that's our travel mode essentially, and that way you can fit it in the trunk of a car. I'll throw out some stats here because I'm in the biz and I say this, you know, so bear with me. But 3 of these bikes will fit in the trunk of a Tesla Model 3, and a Tesla Model 3 trunk is tiny. So you make them pancake flat, and you stick them in. You put a towel on one, you put another one on top, you put a towel. 3 will fit in the trunk of a Tesla Model 3. 2 will fit in the trunk of a Corvette, and Corvettes have really small trunks. And 18 will fit in a minivan because I've done that before for overlanding shows here in the Flagstaff area. So I'm going to show you I'll put the mic down and I'll just kind of show you. I'll also show the batteries as well. The batteries pull out and swap out. This bike has 2 batteries in it. We have bigger batteries as well, but each of these batteries is good for about 10 miles. So this is 10 plus 10. We say 10 plus. It's a solid 10 plus. So this is 10 plus 10, 20 plus.
Okay.
And I'm going to just whip out some batteries, put it in flat mode, show you how you can walk with it, show you in full travel mode, all that sort of stuff. So, yeah.
I'll continue to ask questions while you're doing that. So it sounds like maybe, am I correct in saying this, that there's a modular design here, or you can order certain parts for the bike after you've already purchased the full bike, like an additional battery pack if you decide that you need more range for what your intended purpose is? Well, you don't have a mic, I just realized.
Yeah, it's all good. It's so light and so convenient, right? So this is one of our standard batteries. This is a 4.2 amp hour battery, 151 watt hour battery. The FAA allows batteries between 100 and 160 watt hours on planes. You can bring 2 of them. It was originally designed for laptops, but now people bring, power tool batteries, larger Anchor batteries. Anchor, there's our Anchor buddy riding a Jackrabbit back there.
Cool.
You can take 2 batteries basically on a plane, right? And that's part of our design. And we designed this for like real world distances. So 20 miles on this bike is solid. If you put in our bigger batteries, they're each about 25 miles, so that would be 50 miles range.
Okay.
These batteries cost $200. They're all UL tested. We were ahead of everybody in kind of UL testing. We come from a tech background and all that sort of good stuff. So yeah, that's why we're able to get like kind of the distance that everybody needs. And if you need more, like people take these to Burning Man, things like that, where there's not power.
Yeah.
They bring a bunch of extra batteries. They're not expensive.
Right
so.
on. You guys have already thought of everything.
And you were asking about accessories. We have all kinds of modifications. These are our high-rise handlebars. We have mid-rise handlebars. This is a suspension seat post, which is just super nice. different foot pegs, fenders, different lights. We have light ports here because we're very kind of modular, basically.
Okay, so yeah, I was correct in assuming that.
I'll whip off the handlebars real quick just so you can see that as well.
Yeah, we've only got a few minutes left, but I really do want you guys to see this demo of how, first of all, simple it is to disassemble this thing and make it more compact for the space that you're trying to put it in. So that was the flat mode that he was talking about, I believe.
I showed flat mode a minute ago, and that was kind of travel mode. Again, this is our bigger bike. This bike weighs 32 pounds. Our smaller bike, this is a 750 watt motor on this bike. This bike will haul 500 pounds, no problem.
Wow.
This will bring a 300 pound rider up steep hills, like 6, 7, 8% grade hills at 20 miles an hour. Super powerful bike, super high torque. And our smaller bike has a 300 watt motor. It weighs 25 pounds. It has a single battery. And it's just super convenient. I mean, if you know supercross riders, I could say NFL players or what. I'll just say supercross riders because we got some supercross fans here, I know. Justin Barsha rides their small bike. Travis Pastrana rides our smaller bike. Shane McElrath rides this bike.
Wow.
Ken Roxon rides this bike, So
you guys are already pretty well known in the industry then.
Yeah, I mean, they're super fun, but they're super useful. You'll see, just look around, you'll see staff riding Jackrabbits. They use them as a mobility solution. They get to their hotel and back. They fly home with them. Yeah. We sell at Specialized bike shops as well. We're very proud of our relationship with Specialized, and a manager of Specialized Tampa sold his car. He has 2,000 miles on his Jackrabbit, right?
That's what I love about products like this, like what you guys are doing, is that it demonstrates how electric vehicles can solve multiple problems at the same time. I think Jackrabbit's a great example of that. Really happy about seeing products like this come to market and
Thank you.
solving the problems that people in more densely populated areas might have that we don't often think about in a more spread out area like Phoenix.
Yeah. I mean, we work really well with cars, and I know it's hot here, right? But you're not pedaling at all on this thing. It might be hot air blowing over your face, but I was just riding it here, and it's still better than walking, right? Way better. And but we work with cars, so you throw these in and out of cars all day long. You throw them into RVs, you take them onto boats. We're designed to kind of close the gap between walking and driving and other forms of transportation. So
that's awesome. Glad to see it, and thank you for coming on the show, Jason. That's all the time we have for now, but every 30 minutes we'll be doing another show with another EV expert. Thank you for your time, Jason.
Thanks, Mike.
Thank you so much, Trey. Hello, hello. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. Welcome to everybody. It's a hot one today, but we got shade, free t-shirts, and the ability to charge your phone here at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. And GreenCars.com, they've got a booth right across from us as well. You can check out their Volkswagen ID Buzz. Great place to go shop for an EV if you're in the market. Compare cars, check it out. But here at the EV Reality Check booth all day for the next 2 days, we're going to be talking about myth busting, basically talking about what's going on in the EV world, talking with the professionals that are making this industry happen behind the scenes, on the front lines. So that's what these conversations are about. So we invite you to come in, rest your feet, get in the shade, and check out what we have going on. Right now, I'm going to be hosting as always. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, and I'm joined once again by Blake Aaron.
Hi, everybody. My name is Blake Aaron. I am a YouTube content creator on the topic of electric vehicles, and I am also a Phoenix resident, so I know what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in the Phoenix, Arizona area. If you guys are interested in buying an electric vehicle, but you're not sure what it's like to own one here, ask us some questions.
And so part of that Arizona discussion is that there's a lot happening with a lot of different groups making the electric vehicle experience happen in the state of Arizona. And we are joined today by Ellen Kennedy, who's with Rocky Mountain Institute, RMI, but also with Drive Electric Arizona.
That is true. I wear two hats on a daily basis.
So, again, we want to kind of dive into the work that you do. I guess, where do you want to start? We could talk about RMI, but I think people here locally also want to know, what exactly is Drive Electric Arizona?
We are an all-volunteer nonprofit organization funded by the Department of Energy that's aimed at educating and doing outreach in communities about EVs and their benefits.
Well, and you know Blake, or
Yeah.
at least you've met Blake before.
Yes.
I was going to jump in. I was like, I could tell you guys
I was
about
going to say, I
EVA.
will sit back. You guys can have a great conversation.
But I know all of the EVA folks, and I've been to many of your events, and what a lot of people don't know about the events is that it is entirely volunteer-led, which is really cool that just members of the public that are passionate about electric vehicles are coming together and sharing that passion with the public. And they do ride and drive events. There's one coming up at South Mountain Community College in the next couple of weeks.
April 19th.
That's right. Yep. So if
He
you're
knows your
available,
schedule.
if there just so happens to be an electric vehicle that you're interested in getting in and just learning about the ownership experience about, the owner of that vehicle and that car will probably be at the ride and drive event coming up.
Yeah, and you can speak to that personally because that's what you've been doing on every event you've ever attended and helped out with, right?
Right. That's just what I'm about. It's just I am passionate about electric vehicles, of course, and so I like to share that with people and answer questions about the cars that I love. So that's why I got into content creation. There's there's a learning curve when it comes to electric vehicles, right? And so I figured I could take some of my pain points and then share that with the audience and maybe answer some questions that way.
And let's talk about some of those pain points. When you have events here in Arizona, what are the top topics that come up when you're talking to people that attend that have questions?
I think it starts pretty simple. People want to know how the cars work. They want to know how you can charge them. They want to understand things about range. And then they start asking all the questions about things that they've heard. And there's just a whole lot of misinformation out there. So we get a lot of questions based on that.
So myth busting, what's the biggest myth you hear about that you think would be worth dispelling today?
I'd say it has to do with safety.
Safety, okay.
Yeah.
Let's dive in on safety. So vehicles being safe, or is it the technology being safe? Which part of that?
All of the above. I think people are afraid of, some of the misinformation that's out there is telling them, oh my gosh, EVs catch fire. And the thing of it is, gas cars are much more prone to fire, being that they involve a flammable liquid.
Well, right. I was going to say, when you're driving a gas car, there's literally tiny explosions going on in front of your shins the entire time you're driving
If there's no fire involved, then the car isn't working.
It doesn't
right, when it
go,
comes to
yeah.
a gas car. Yeah.
So
With EVs, it is no comparison. The number of EV fires that have happened are so low compared to the gas fires, but that's not what's making the news.
well, but it's new and it makes news because it is new, right?
Because it is new.
And typically those fires are more associated with a collision, right? It's not this, I feel like there's this idea that maybe just sitting in your garage, your EV, your Tesla, your EV6, that's what I drive, it's just going to spontaneously combust, and that's not the reality, right?
No, I think what people are scared of things they don't understand or they don't know, right? Change is hard, but the change that's happening with EVs is not about enjoying cars as much as about just, like you said, understanding the basics, right? And once you have a general sense of like, oh, I can understand that this can meet my driving needs, you can start to really gain the appreciation for the value it brings to the table, which is, again, comfort, less maintenance, things like that, performance, or it could be even cost savings, right?
Cost savings is certainly a part of it. Even from the time that we source minerals to put in the batteries, it costs 20 times less to source those minerals than it does to source oil for gas.
Yeah, we talked about
this.
This
Is huge.
We earlier about how those minerals can be reused down the line.
They absolutely can.
When you extract oil from the ground and you go through the processing to make gasoline and you burn it, it just goes into the atmosphere, goes wherever it goes. And we get into carbon capture rabbit holes, but I don't think so. But minerals from batteries, you pull it right out of the battery pack, you reprocess those minerals, you make a brand new battery pack.
What's
Yeah.
funny about that is that one of the largest EV battery recycling plants is down the street
Yeah, I
in
was gonna
Gilbert,
say,
Arizona.
here.
Lifecycle. Yeah.
So again, how long have they been open and doing their battery recycling?
I
do
couldn't
you know?
tell you, but I learned about their existence not too long ago. I was watching a YouTube video. I think it's Jerry Rig Everything. He did a video where he
Okay.
toured the facility, and they recycle everything from the batteries and your power tools all the way up to electric vehicle batteries.
Well, that's the thing is right. That's part of the the information that people need to gain when they're going to events, for example, that are held by your organization. Is that these little details of just saying like, yeah, your phone battery, it has the same types of minerals in it as that battery, and you got your phone in your pocket 24/7 basically.
You absolutely do. The thing to remember too is that, with an EV battery, given that those components can be recycled, all of those minerals can be reused, you're only going to have to source those minerals up to a certain point in time,
Right.
and then you're not going to need to source them anymore because
Exactly.
we're going to have a whole circular economy going around these batteries.
That's my dad's an engineer, and one time he's like, yeah, he goes, it's a closed carbon loop basically. Once you get it out of the ground into the market and you start doing that recycling, you're not dumping all those emissions into the atmosphere through mining and things like that. You are actually just be able to reprocess. There's emissions regardless, but the idea is about reduced emissions, right?
Yeah, and I think what maybe might not be known is that battery recycling is already very efficient to where 95% of the materials that go into an EV battery can be pulled out and then repurposed into a new
Yeah,
battery, which
that's-
is already incredible.
It sounds like science fiction.
Yeah.
It's like, no, but we don't have to just use, and then once we're done using something, it just kind of, we just discard it and it goes into a junk pile.
These things aren't piling up in landfills, right?
Yeah.
And the awesome part is it's not fiction, it's just science.
Yeah, it's just science, yeah. Well, and to that point, so at your other role at Rocky Mountain Institute, so I mean, RMI is doing a lot of research work behind the scenes. What is the work that RMI is doing that I think that people, they don't know about it per se, but how is it impacting what we see here today at Electrify Expo?
Well, as a continuation of topic, we do look at battery circularity. We look at trying to improve access to charging. We look at how to do public education and awareness and try to dispel with some of the myths, but also look at how to educate people about the impacts of driving an electric vehicle versus a gas-powered vehicle and what a difference that can make. I mean, we have come to normalize things like, hey, the air quality is terrible today, and we were on
And we're just used to it.
Yeah, and the temperatures keep increasing. 100 degrees used to be the normal. Now 110 is the new normal. And we
Yeah.
don't have to accept that because all of that is cause and effect that we can do something about.
Right.
I think another topic that you kind of hinted on was kind of this misconception that EVs are just as bad for the environment as gas cars. Now, I think there's a larger discussion to be had on this topic where, of course, harvesting some of the materials that need to go into battery manufacturing, there is an impact on the planet when it comes to that. But, it's pretty commonly known at this point that there's, that apex where the impact on the environment improves for ownership or owners of electric vehicles over that of a gas car is at about like 2.5 years. So that the impact to the environment from manufacturing the batteries is offset after 2.5 years of EV ownership, right?
I think one of the challenging things about what we're talking about is that it's very academic. I think that's one of the hardest things and what I think is most fun about something like Electrify Expo is that it's meant to bring you in from the emotional side of the conversation. What can you fall in love with? How do you feel about it when you first ride an e-bike or drive an electric car? And the conversation I think the industry's probably had a challenge with for a long time is how do we take all of this information and instead of, I guess, informing, how do we help people feel good about it?
I can tell you I've been driving electric cars for 9 years, and I started when my kids were babies. And so in terms of trying to get a stroller in and a car seat in and trying to charge in extreme temperatures, I was living in Minnesota, so 19 degrees, it was real.
There you go.
And all of this was about the experience. I wanted to see what it was like. I was just curious. But it actually did become an emotional attachment for me. I got my time back. I'd plug my car in, I'd go into work.
Yeah.
And it would charge while I was at work. I didn't have to stand at a gas pump and have my hands get all smelly and think about, okay, this is awkward as nobody talks to each other. You roll up to an EV charger and people are friendly. Hey, how's it going?
People
Where are you in
chat it
town
up.
from?
That's true.
It was fantastic. And, now my kids love them too. So it's really been something that for me has been very special because they love events like this where they can come and learn even more about technology that already appeals to them.
Go ahead.
I think you hit on a good point there, though, too. Another one of these myths that we're busting is that EV charging is just inconvenient and takes a lot of time, when the reality is for a lot of people, especially people that have the luxury of charging at home, that's where you're going to be doing a lot of your charging overnight when you're sleeping and you don't need to be driving your car anyways. There is, that time spent at superchargers or high voltage or fast chargers, DC fast chargers. That's going to take a little bit of time when you're on road trips primarily. But the reality is that not everybody's going on road trips every single day. That's probably on average maybe 2 or 3 that you're going on per year. So over the course of a year, the time saved by charging at home.
Oh yeah, homeowners. If you have a house where you park at night in a garage or a driveway, boy, are you set.
Right.
I mean, because that's the fun part, and it's experiential. We talk about it, and again, if you haven't lived it, it's very, I think, a challenge to really appreciate what we're talking about. We did a dealership training experience with my company Chargeway here locally the other day, and one of the service techs said to me, he said, for example, he's like, my wife has a vehicle, she drives basically nothing, never, but it's about 9,000 miles she's put on her car in 3 years. And he said, so I said to her flat out, we got to get you an EV because it is going to change how you think about things. But it's all about the experience of actually being exposed to the products, and that's why events like this really, really matter.
And the great part is, for me, it's super, super easy, too. I mean, I'm plugging in a larger version of my phone into the wall and just letting it chill, and then I don't have to think about it again.
I think one thing there, and that's something that comes up a lot, is asking where we talk about often, like in conversations today, is where are people coming from, and how do we meet them where they're coming from? And the fill-up experience, most people are familiar with, again, like you said, the gas experience. No one's excited to go to a gas station because it's like, okay, I got to spend money I don't want to spend, and it's hot outside, things of that nature. But what it boils down to is how much they have to think about doing that, though, is a fuel that's called regular that's everywhere. And they just comfortably, subconsciously rely on it. The charging part, if you're a homeowner, like we've been talking about, yeah, you can just plug it in, and when you wake up, you've got the full tank. But it's that other, like you're saying, like the 2 to 3 road trips a year, it's like, but I got to trust that part too. It's not just about the home charge.
Well, and even if you're not a homeowner, this is something that you can ask your property manager for, and many of them are stepping into the conversation to say, yeah, how many of our tenants actually want to see this?
Oh, yeah.
So it's important to have those conversations, I think, so that they get a sense of it and they understand how important it's becoming to people. It's going to be the new normal.
Yeah, well, and that new normal is what we've been talking about a lot today, is the new fill-up, right? And that dwell time we talk about all the time. If you're that homeowner, it's so special to you because it transforms, like you're saying, effectively your entire daily routine and yearly routine, except for those 2 or 3 road trips. And if you have confidence in both those things, all of a sudden you're saving money. And the fringe benefits that come along with that are, yes, the long-term environmental impacts. It may not be front of mind for people that are at Expo today, like early adopters may have been thinking about it, but it still happens. It totally still happens.
I think if I could do something for the audience here and for anybody watching online that lives in the Phoenix area is speak to what the charging experience or the public charging experience is like here. There's something like 2,500 public chargers in the greater metropolitan area of Phoenix, Arizona. And of those, it's something like 350 of those are DC fast charge capable. And so the infrastructure here, especially in Arizona and Phoenix, is better than a lot of places that you'll see across the country. So if you're in this area and you're thinking about getting an electric vehicle, but you're not sure about that infrastructure, I mean, you have the luxury of being in one of the better places to drive electric.
Well, the other thing, returning to the earlier about safety, is that as an EV driver in Phoenix, because I'm a resident too, I would much rather plug in an electric vehicle and go inside an air-conditioned building than have to stand next to a place that's dispensing combustible liquid into my car and having to stand outside and just drip while that happens.
Yep.
Well, and then the cool thing is about fast charging is it's gotten to a place where, again, your vehicle's a good example of it. You can go to a fast charger with your EV6, and that kind of vehicle can get 15, 20 minutes fast charge.
I'm there for 10 minutes, guys. Like, it's not enough time. And I feel like I say this and people are like, okay, but it's not enough time to use the restroom and grab a snack. I mean, it depends on which electric vehicle you drive, like the charging capabilities of each individual car. But there are affordable options that are capable of extremely fast charging. The Kia EV6, my daily driver, being an example of that.
And that's the dispelling of that, I think, is so important. But the cool thing is the variety of how you can fill up. It is, again, home charging. You can literally unplug a lamp and plug your car in, get 40 miles back overnight. And if your commute daily is that, I use a level 1 charger at home. I've had my car for 6 years. And that's what I do because I just don't drive that much. My wife has a level 2 charger. She upgraded because she drives more than I do. But that's the beauty of it, is once you understand how power and dwell time of your car wherever you are works for charging, if you're on that road trip, you can't get back on the road in 10, 15 minutes, depending on the vehicle and the charger.
Right.
That's a real world option. And that's, I think, part of what we have to still explain.
Well, and that's part of, I'd say, the myth-busting conversation, too. So when you charge overnight on that lower level charging, all right, so you get 40 miles, and people are going, oh, that's not enough. I need my 400 miles worth of...
We're used to it.
Like, are you driving 400 miles tomorrow? Because most people, the trips they take in a city like this, they're short trips. They're between 3 or 5 miles. They're not going farther than 40 miles in a day. But it's just changing the mindset about how we travel and where we're really trying to get to.
That's a tough one because it's consumer psychology. We've grown very accustomed to, like you said, like a 400-mile tank, and I want that all the time. But how often have we all driven gas cars over the years where you pull up to the gas pump and you go, I got $10.
Yeah.
And I'm just going to throw in $10.
It becomes something of a fun thing to gamify, though, when you're looking at how can I get to this place on this amount of charge, and, where can I plan out my stop so that it's something fun for me that I'm going to enjoy doing. And my kids love to do this, actually. They're like, okay, what's near a park? What's near a coffee place? And so we start planning it out together, and it actually becomes a lot of fun.
Oh, yeah. And, I mean, I think you said it best when you said it's almost like a game, to where, as you become more and more comfortable, you'll be surprised at, like, how far you're willing to go to see how close you can get to that 0% number.
Once you get comfortable, like some people will drive them down, you're on electric fumes kind of thing. It's funny. We talked about this briefly the other day, is I had to rent a car when I was in town. The rental car place didn't have electrics. And I was like, okay. So I got a gas car, and I drove it, and it was fine. And I drove a lot because I had to go around the whole metro area for a couple days. And I had to get it back to the rental facility, and I said, no, I'll fill this thing up when I'm done. And I was calculating it. I mean, it was like, okay, low fuel, everything. And it's all digital now, which is fine. But then it started saying you have 30 miles of range left. And then the next thing I knew, it just went blank. And it didn't say anything about how many miles were left, and it didn't have a percentage. It didn't have anything. I was like, this is comical. Because I immediately was on Google like, okay, find me a gas station right now. Because I was like, the last thing I need is to be the guy that works in the EV industry who ran out of gas in his rental that he didn't want. But it was so funny because I was like, immediately I got to find a place to fill up because it's not giving me the comfort that I thought I would have.
Yeah, that is interesting because the opposite would be the assumption, right?
It was like anecdotal, but it's just like, wow, that just happened to me yesterday. So
I think we have an audience question, if I could jump in.
Yes, we actually have a question on Instagram.
Cool.
To Ellen. You've worked across utilities, cities, and nonprofits. What does a safe EV ecosystem look like from your perspective?
What a great question.
That's a huge
Thank
question.
you to whoever put it out there. That rocks.
Wow.
I'd say, it is a 360 system. So it's starting at the supply chain. How are we sourcing the material to create these vehicles? It goes to, the manufacturing. And the engineering of EVs right now is unbelievable. It is so sophisticated. The safety features in the car, actually, that's part of the fun of driving them, is experiencing how the car wants to keep you safe and is telling you ways to stay safe.
To an annoying factor almost, how safe my car
I
wants
feel
me
like
to
we're
be.
having a discussion.
It's like,
I'm just trying to have fun, car. Just look, I'm an adult.
I mean, even through that, the charging experience, it is all built and baked into that experience in terms of keeping you safe. And all of that is a part of it. But then, there's also the educational component. I think it's really important part of this ecosystem to talk to people about your experience driving, about your experience charging, about what it's like for you to try to accelerate the vehicles. Because that's the first aha moment for a lot of people.
Yeah.
And then they realize how fun they are to drive, and that's a whole different safety conversation because they're going too fast. But it is really important, I think, just to think about all of the different elements that are part of the experience that the industry itself is working on ensuring are safe. And, I've been really impressed with that. That's part of why I love this technology and advocate for it.
I think one thing we've touched on a little bit is the fact that again, all day, for what we've seen, for all our conversations, is there's so many industry professionals that are not exactly someone you might hear about on a regular basis, but that make all of this possible. And I think the thing that's fun about Expo is that the people that are attending in every single city around the country, they're all going into these markets. Again, they live in these markets. They're not necessarily knowing what's going on to make it all happen, because frankly, they've got daily lives, they've got day jobs, they know, okay, I'm going to go buy a new car, maybe I'm going to go test drive something. But what we're talking about is ensuring we're instilling confidence in the fact that this isn't something that just happened overnight. This is decades of hard work by a lot of people that have brought it to this moment. And I think that's something that we're just exposing in every single city that the Expo goes to.
Yeah, I think we're at the tip of the iceberg here, and that's part of it, is that there's so much to be done all at the same time. Everybody's so excited about electrification, everybody here at least. And so, awareness is important, but we also need to focus on building out the infrastructure, doing the education piece. And so there's just so much that needs to be done.
That's true. I was just going to add that in addition to talking about how cool this tech is, I think the potential for impact in terms of how this changes our quality of life. With cars belching out emissions, it's not good for us, for our planet. This is something that can address that issue and that can help us have healthier communities, that can have a real impact on people's quality of life.
We all lived it through the COVID experience when the world did shut down. And I often use the phrase on social media, visual aids always help explain things better. And I remember seeing those footage, like the photos of like downtown Los Angeles or in India where they could see the Himalayas because the pollution, you give it a few weeks and all of a sudden it's like, whoa, wait a minute. If we're not belching out all those emissions.
Weeks.
Yeah.
Not years.
Yeah.
It's just.
We can make an impact.
Yeah.
Boom. Yeah. And that part of it is, again, I think that visual aid was important for that.
Yeah.
Well, and because I work for something of a think tank research entity,
Yeah.
I've got stats. So it's one of those, like almost 40% of the emissions in urban areas come from transportation.
Yeah.
When you think of making that sort of dent in emissions, like the reduction potential is amazing.
Well, then the health benefits that come along with that for everyone. Right. I think that's the thing of it, is the early adopters of EVs that got us to where we are today, they were the ones thinking proactively about this. They were wanting to be engaged on those types of topics. Because I mentioned earlier, it's like a fringe benefit for other people, but regardless, it is a huge, huge benefit.
Say that it's important to be realistic about this. EVs are not the 100% pure, no problems associated solution to this from day one. It's a process. It's about harm
We need
reduction.
Star Trek teleportation for that, but go on.
We're working on that too. I said there was a lot to be done. We're just at the tip of the iceberg. But yeah, it is a larger conversation, and EVs are, progressing towards more safer, cleaner environment faster than gas cars are, frankly.
Well, again, we're graduating. We're in the era of fuel 2.0, basically. And the way that energy, we've all kind of consumed energy in the sense that, okay, there's some companies out there that provide us access to energy and we use it and that's it. But the way that electrification personalizes your experience with energy and how you can kind of own and control it and manipulate it a bit, especially if you're a homeowner, that's, again, we're tip of the iceberg on that, but that's something that even the state of Arizona, again, you've got this gigantic, energy producing thing in the sky every day.
Giant battery in the sky.
Holy cow. And it's like everybody that, I've got friends that installed solar here thinking it'll offset something. And they're like, it's unreal how much energy I can produce even at home. So.
We have a question from Instagram Live again.
Yeah.
This time by user MissReal10. As a parent and a daughter, what is the real cost of ignoring vehicle emissions in terms of public health, especially for kids, seniors, and low-income neighborhoods?
Go ahead, yeah.
That's a fabulous question, too. I really appreciate it.
Great question.
Honestly, Arizona has one of the highest childhood asthma rates in the country. So this is something that we need to be particularly aware of and sensitive to. And frankly, we're not doing enough. Because we have come to normalize gas power and we have come to normalize, okay, this is easy, just go about it. We're not talking about those environmental and health impacts, but they are all too real. They are driving up temperatures. As the temperatures go up, again, love science, so do the impacts from those rising temperatures in terms of poor air quality. The number of high pollution advisory days last year had never been reached before.
Oh.
So we are setting new records every year in terms of the impact. We are.
Yeah.
But this is something we can do something about. So I take that really seriously also as a parent and a daughter and a friend and a stranger that just cares about other people.
Yeah, exactly.
I think we have another question.
Is it? Yeah. Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, my name is Devon Grant. So I have a quick question. So with electrification being such a large topic, tariffs have now become a thing. As far as with developing the batteries in order to create this reality that we're shooting for in the future, what exactly do you think is going to happen with tariffs now being a thing, and what are we doing to bring manufacturing back stateside as far as with critical minerals and the electric vehicle batteries themselves?
You can start.
That is a real question.
Great.
Did you
No,
see
dude,
us all kind of
honestly-
just jump
Great question,
to
dude.
answer the question?
Devon, I'd say that if the past week has taught us anything, it's that we can't have a crystal ball for tariffs. But that is a conversation that we need to be having in terms of sourcing material, and not just the minerals that are needed for these batteries. But the important thing to remember, we require 17 less times the amount of material in the total life cycle for our batteries than we do for oil each year. And so, when you look at it, the economics of sourcing these materials, it's going to make a lot more sense in the long run to develop a circular solution where they can just keep being recycled, and we won't need to source new material. It's not even an option with oil. You have to source new oil all the time. It's one and done. So, personally, that's something that I would like to see evolve as part of the conversation.
I would say there's already been a push to bring EV production to the States, right? That was before tariffs. And this is just another reason to continue to bring more of that process stateside.
So to that, I think the thing that I would add is that, so the minerals that go into making the existing battery packs today, they are sourced from a variety of different countries. And what the other thing that we need to be mindful of is how are we developing out new battery chemistry technologies and innovating in the ways that we can maintain being competitive globally. If we're not doing that domestically here in the United States, then we do run the risk of countries that have resources to minerals that we have to then have these confrontations with around tariffs and other things along those lines. So at the end of the day, the bottom line is the electrification aspect of our world is happening on a very global scale. And for the United States to maintain being competitive, we need to not put a wall up to that. We need to maintain being in the game. And so we do have companies that are here making that happen as it relates to Lucid and Tesla and others. We do have mineral deposits here in North America that are related to lithium. So we have to be mindful around that is there's no free lunch. If we're going to go in and do some new mining around lithium and there's an environmental concern around that, we have to listen to both sides of the conversation. I live in Oregon, and we made mistakes around forests. It's like, no, you can't weed the forest. It's like, okay, well then we're going to create really big fires if we're not being thoughtful. So we have to meet in the middle around some of those things to maintain being environmentally thoughtful while still being industry competitive.
We also touched on how battery recycling technology is advancing and becoming more and more common. That's another resource that we can continue to tap into in order to make those resources more available and closer to us.
As is the construction of the battery itself. That's becoming more efficient too.
I was going to say with Arizona, well, congratulations to us, but we're becoming a hotbed for obviously the semiconductor industry and manufacturing as far as on that aspect. So where do you guys see Arizona's impact being as far as being what is a quote unquote a test state for a lot of the new innovative things as far as future technologies? Where do you see the impact of Arizona being as far as the nation's climate and as far as bringing manufacturing back here to the States?
I think Arizona's it's a hotbed for just everything that you mentioned. And I think if we can continue to be an example of how things can be done, I think we're serving our purpose.
Exactly right. Including pairing solar with EV charging. I'm telling you, this is like the ultimate Valentine.
Absolutely.
I will say I got cut off by a Waymo yesterday, and being from Oregon and having never seen one, I was like, oh, that's what one of those things is. No, but truthfully, I think that what Arizona is proving is industry-wide is, again, if it's a test market for things like Waymo and really putting that in front of people, getting them to understand not only what the technology can be, whether we're talking software, semiconductors, things of that nature, that's still electrification. So it's a nice package to showcase that. But then you have companies that are building out what they can do with respect to Lucid and others. It is representative of a state, and the Phoenix metro area is an example of that's forward thinking. And to maintain being competitive and bringing innovation to market, that's how you got to do it. So in that respect, hats off to Arizona. You guys are doing a great job.
Oh, thank you, Matt. Appreciate you saying
I'm a
that.
visitor here. I'm just saying, you guys are doing a great job.
Yeah, thank you.
Great questions. Yeah, yeah. So yeah, this has been, again, this is what we want is questions like that from the audience, really engaging with people that are here locally that are wondering what's going on in this space. So, and I got to thank you so much for coming by and just sharing, again, your background, what you're working on, both on the RMI front as well as with Drive Electric Arizona. For those who want to find information on Drive Electric Arizona, how do they find out?
Go to the Drive Electric Arizona website. Come to a ride and drive. They're happening nearly every month. We would love to see you all there.
Perfect. Well, you'll be there.
Yeah, I'll see you guys at the Ride and Drive event.
All right. This is the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. Thank you for listening, and we'll have another session soon. Trey,
Yours
Trey.
is a little quiet. Yeah.
I feel a little quiet.
Mic
up in this-
check.
Trey?
Mic check. 1, 2, 1, 2.
Hello, 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 hello. Oh,
There
thank
we
you,
are.
Trey. Now I feel it. That's great. I love you. All right.
Pause.
Pause. Here we are, Electrify Expo Glendale, and again here in Phoenix, it is we're getting that cloud roll. I'm talking about the weather, I know, but a cloud roll.
I warned you once.
I'm saying.
The
So
sun's coming.
we're here at the EV Reality Check space. It is powered by GreenCars.com. Make sure to check out GreenCars.com if you're shopping for an EV. It's got a full catalog of everything from plug-in cars, even hybrids as well. Make sure to check it out. But here at the EV Reality Check booth, we're spending the entire weekend basically talking about the EV industry in general. We're dispelling rumors and myths. We're talking about what actually makes this industry function. And part of that process is meeting with people that are making the industry happen, industry professionals on the front lines, behind the curtain, making it happen. My name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you're buying an EV or you own an EV, make sure to download the Chargeway app. It is the best app out there for finding charging for your EV, also planning road trips for you automatically. But I'm also here joined, as I have been all day.
My name is Blake Aaron.
Yeah.
I am an EV content creator. I'm an EV enthusiast. I'm also just a resident of the Phoenix, Arizona area. So if you could call me an expert on anything, it would be on owning an electric vehicle here in the area.
Awesome. Again, and that's been vital to the conversations today. Almost everybody we've talked to, you've been like, oh, yeah, I met you at that one event.
Thankfully, yeah.
No, yeah, that's far. Up until now. So right now we're throwing Blake a total curveball because we're joined here by the CEO of CampWorks, Mason Elliott. Mason, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having me. Super
So-
excited.
Yeah, so CampWorks,
What is it?
what is it? Because he's like, dude,
Great question.
What that?
What is it? So what is CampWorks?
So we build a fully electric teardrop camper for overlanding and off-roading.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's a nice.
All
elevator
right, well,
pitch.
thanks for
Yeah,
having
that was
me.
good. All right.
There we go. Done.
So, no, but that is honestly the thing that comes up so often is about what EVs can, from a capability perspective, do. But when it comes to trailers and what you can do with electrification technology in a trailer,
Yeah.
sky is kind of the limit for how you can transform what that experience is, right?
Totally. And we're definitely in a little bit of a different space, being in the travel trailer industry and it not having the drivetrain and motor like a lot of the companies out here, a lot
Yeah.
of the vehicles. And the way that we use electric is not necessarily to propel the vehicle forward. It's being pulled by an electric vehicle.
Right.
So the way we harness electric is a little bit different. So we have managed to build the first fully electric teardrop camper back in 2019 when we started. And it has electric powered heating, air conditioning, induction cooktop. And it's super well insulated. It does pretty much everything your home does. On-demand hot water, 7,600 watts.
Oh, okay.
So all the home amenities in a travel trailer size in an electric version, all powered by solar or powered by the grid through charging.
Can already kind of see like how an electric or how a camper really should be an electric accessory, right? Like it should be, because everything like from the ground up, from a camping perspective, like you're gonna need power to do a lot of those things, like cook, clean, bathe yourself, all of that stuff. So it's just a natural thing, I would think, for a camper to
Totally.
be electric, right?
Again, getting away from using the old school, like, okay, we got a generator and we've got to haul that thing around, we got to
Right.
get fuel for it. But if you
Noisy.
Build it
yeah,
in.
the noisy. But if you're intelligent about how you design the product, and again, energy at that point, if you got the access to it, you can do a lot of things like you were mentioning that makes the convenience of camping all the better, right?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. And having everything run fully electric, you have the ability to charge with solar, charge on the grid, and so you really have, if you have enough solar panels and enough sun, you can be out there for as long as you want.
So let's talk some of the basics here. So if I again, we don't have a photo up right now, but some of the basics around the technology that's inside. So you've mentioned it's got a battery on board, you've got solar on board. So technically speaking, like what does that look like?
Yeah, so diving into some of the specs here, we have two 6 kilowatt hour lithium ferrous phosphate batteries. So that puts out 12 kilowatt hours of battery capacity, and then two 4,500 watt inverters to do 9,000 watts of output.
Oh, cow. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
And at so it's 24 volt system, can be run on 240 volt, and with the 9,000 watts, you can actually do rapid level 2 charging onto your EV.
I was gonna say that's a good backup too as well. So what about the solar?
Solar, you can do 2,400 watts of input. So there is this idea of, could you do a fully electric camping trip with an EV, an electric camper, totally off grid, not stopping at charging stations? I don't think it's quite at a spot where where
you
it's
can see how that could happen, right? And
absolutely, and it's technically possible. What we're looking at right now, early data, we've got some partners with some Rivians that have been towing and seen about 25% range loss. That's the elephant in the room. You're towing a trailer, you're going to lose some range.
Yeah, well, again, can't fight physics, right?
Yep, can't fight it.
And the same thing's true for a gas truck. I mean, if you're going to haul weight, you're going to lose range. That's bottom line. Yeah.
Can I ask a question?
Yeah.
That's all we're doing all day. I don't know why I asked if I could ask a question.
No,
Can I do my job?
Next time you should raise your hand. You should be like, oh, Blake, I'm sorry, what was that?
Is there some sort of a connection between the EV that's pulling the trailer and the trailer, like a power connection between the two while you're moving?
Great question. Currently, no. It is standard trailer pin. The car is sending brake signals. Can charge the batteries at 12 volt on a very small amps, not doing any kind of rapid charging back to the vehicle. But that is a really good question,
Is
and
that
I
something
think
that you could see yourself potentially doing in the future?
absolutely.
That's a great idea.
Well, and even like, for example, if you're towing uphill, for example, or downhill, all those different things that happens with like regen and how we use energy, right?
Yeah.
So if you're going uphill, inevitably, I'm imagining you could say, okay, we can help propel the vehicle, the trailer rather, using like an electric motor. But even like on the downhill, you could just use the same thing to power things back up, right?
Yeah, regen braking on the trailer is something that technology is definitely out there. We have not incorporated it yet, but as we see more trailers going into the EV market and being towed by electric vehicles, definitely something we'll look to integrate soon.
That's awesome. A lot of good opportunities already to just like make your trailer more in sync with the electric vehicle that it'll be towing. That's really cool.
Yeah, absolutely. And the interesting thing is, you can charge an EV with solar. People have it on their house.
Oh, yeah.
You can do all these things, but you really need a modulator to be able to charge the vehicle. You can't just do direct solar into the car.
Right.
I wish.
You have to have a battery system that can store the solar and then give it to the car. So using it as your kind of electric charge station, your kind of jerry can. So if you're going out into the backwoods and for some reason you leave the car on and it dies, you can get about 20 miles back, 20 to 25 by discharging.
Well, that can get you out of the wilderness, though. That's the point.
It's enough to make it back to the next charge station, hopefully.
Yeah. So I guess from an inception perspective, I mean, let's talk a little bit about just CampWorks in general, because I'm assuming from the team perspective, again, you were just recently named CEO, but like the background of, again, you're adventuring people. You're like, okay, how do we take what we've loved and electrify it? What was the inception for that?
Yeah, absolutely. And you guys did a great interview with our founder, Thomas Hoffman, at the Denver Electrify Expo last year. And he spoke a lot towards why he founded the company and his vision for it. But to give you kind of the quick story.
These are new viewers.
Yes, yeah. Tommy Hoffman, student at CU Boulder in college in the environmental design program, and was tasked with the project of designing like a sustainable housing alternative, very minimal, everything you needed, and something you could move around with. And so he kind of imagined this idea of people traveling in a sustainable way with nature, being off-grid, doing a lot of different kind of like farm work, doing environmental studies with the camper, setting it up, being out there for a month, monitoring conditions, and having a more in-tune relationship with their environment, but doing it in kind of a really modern, luxurious way with all of the amenities.
Yeah, I was going to say, still with some amenities, though, yeah.
And that's part of it, too, is we
we
want to increase...
Yeah, glamping, yeah.
Exactly. And we want to be able to increase the amount of people that are out in nature and make it more accessible. And for a lot of folks that, you know, maybe grew up in the city and are not super comfortable, or you look at all the gear and you're like, oh, so I need a propane tank, I need a camp stove, I need a tent, I need this, I need that, I need that, I need that. It can be a little bit intimidating. And what we've put together is a package that has everything you need in an electric version, and stuff like induction cooktops are not that new. People know how to use those. People know how to use the thermostat. People know how to, you know, turn a water thing on, hot water instantly comes out. Yeah. So it makes it a little bit more approachable. And when it's in a sleek, modern package, it can be a little bit more inviting and get people that maybe, I don't know. Well, let us heating and air conditioning. Give it a try. Oh, okay, I like this. And pushes you to go outdoors more and more, gets you to appreciate your surroundings, and hopefully help to fight to protect them as well.
That's a point that I was just about to bring up, is that getting close in person with nature and just going camping, for instance, is a perfect reason or a perfect reminder for why we're all here and we're doing what we're doing. We want to protect this beautiful environment that we live in, and going out there, going camping is a perfect way to do that, right?
And the thing that's so interesting over time is, again, there's a lot of people that go out and they do adventuring in various ways. Whether that could be camping, it could be hunting, it could be hiking, it could be a variety of things. And I think what you're pointing out is the appreciation for, you know, what it means to actually experience it in a way that is really, again, like you're saying, it's just like more in line with actually experiencing it in a whole way, as opposed to like I'm invading the nature space by turning on a generator and like having this loud truck or something. It's a way to really appreciate it on a level to which I think maybe some people lost sight of.
Oh, totally. And it's a kind of funny question some people ask. If you see the trailer, it's a queen size bed inside with a kitchen that pops out the back, and it's 10 feet long inside or less. And a lot of folks ask, well, I can't stand up in it. Where do I hang out in it? It's intentionally designed. You're going to be outside.
Right, I was going to say, again,
outside,
you're in nature, right? Yes. I mean, it's like, okay,
touch
cool.
grass.
Absolutely.
Touch some grass. No, but I think this is a big part of what oftentimes we've spent ourselves, like all of our lives, in a consumerism aspect of just kind of like, well, we buy what we buy, we live how we live, and we lose sight of all these different little things. And in metropolitan areas too, I mean, something as big as an area like Phoenix, you can actually get out into nature here quite easily.
It's like an hour-and-a-half drive up to Sedona, Payson, Page, Strawberry.
We actually drove in from Colorado and camped every night. Didn't spend any money on hotels, and really enjoyed getting to sleep in the camper that we built. There's a great spot just north of Flagstaff, right off the highway. We were ripping down the highway, and we're maybe 5 or 10 minutes off the road into a beautiful scenic spot, and I think an hour and 45 minutes from where we are today. And incredible.
I think that's something that speaks to a lot of EV owners already, though, is just like making more out of your trip, right? And so,
Very good point.
This is a perfect example of how to take that to the next level, isn't it?
Yeah, absolutely. And especially if you're towing with the EV, having a trailer as an option. I mean, there's really cool overland builds, and a lot of folks are getting into the EV side of that, which has been really cool to see. But having something that you can detach and have your daily driver and rather be pretty unaffected, you're not having to constantly carry around a rooftop tent that's also reducing your range on a daily basis. You have that option. Another interesting, more on the E, less on the V side, but
okay.
The camper doing the 240 volts can also act as a home backup system.
Okay.
And so you can have that connected to your smart home panel. Power goes out. You can back up, keep your refrigerator going, keep the lights on, get your Starlink or your internet, stay connected, keep your food fresh.
Well, what you're speaking to as well is just even like the thought around what you can do to maximize the experience of ownership. Is it could be something along those lines where it's just like, well, I'm not using this exactly every week out of the year, but it's a benefit that also has, again, this is where people just don't think of this type of stuff. It's like, I do have to go buy a generator and have something else. It's like, actually, no, you've got one that's chilling. So it's right there, tap in.
Yeah.
On site, you guys have your camper on display here, yeah?
Yes.
What model number is it again?
It is the NS1. It is, a lot of people ask, do we have different ones? We have same shell, same trailer, got a couple different trailer modifications you can do. And then we kind of do 3 specs. So it's minimal power, more your weekend 12-volt system, enough to run your interior lighting. You don't have the on-demand hot water, the induction cooktop, heating, air conditioning, but still best-in-class camper. A little biased, I believe, but
that's fine.
Single unibody composite shell that just 30-year manufacturer warranty, totally strong, bomb-proof, steel trailer, Really competes with anything in its class in that teardrop size, even without the electric. Do a mid-grade electric system, which is 6 kilowatt hours of battery and a 4,500 watt inverter, or the top tier. That is 2 of those for the 12 kilowatts and the 9,000.
And also, I mean, just with respect to being on market, like you guys have been around for years now already, developing all this out. So what's pricing look like? Also timeline, like if you were to order one, is it bespoke? You guys build it out, kind of handmade, or what's it like?
Yeah, great questions. Yeah, we've been around since 2019. Well, initial concept design in 2019. Tommy started building it in his dad's garage and shaped the plug and mold there. And we have really worked through the last 5 years to master that manufacturing process, figure out how to build it, iron out all the kinks, and make it as good as it is today. That's been a lot of the story too. Learning, you know, when you're a college kid starting a company, it's you have to also learn the business side of it.
Oh yeah,
And
manufacturing's one thing.
Yeah, love the story about the inception of the company. That's really cool. That it was basically a college project.
Yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely. Pricing wise, we start at 29,000, and then 29,54,74 has typically been it. But really, as you look into what do you need, it becomes more of a custom conversation of, like the unit we have on display right now is a customer of ours, Chris Santos, really cool guy out of Texas, works for Amazon, is going to go remote and go travel for 6 months. And his idea was, I want all of the AC powered accessories. Like I want the on-demand, I want the air conditioning, but the batteries are really expensive.
Yep,
and
yeah.
I think I'm going to be near charging stations often. I'm going to be in campsites that have connections. So I'll take the smallest battery, but all of the electric, and I can run stuff on an extension cord at a campsite.
Yeah,
so
yeah.
that was like another interesting custom build that was kind of a new one for us. And so a lot of our units, they're built one at a time in Colorado, all manufactured there. So very custom options as you go through. And we're advocates for just getting outside. And so it's sitting down with someone and figuring out, what do you need? What do you want to enjoy this experience? And how can we build that to you?
Can I ask, where do you source the materials
didn't
to
raise
build
your
your
hand.
project? Well, I thought we'd already established
Oh,
that.
okay.
Ask away.
I apologize. No, I'm sorry. Where do you source the materials and the stuff to specifically for your batteries and everything that you need to build the trailers? Where do you get all that from?
Great question. So our steel trailers are U.S. made steel, all sent in kind of the raw material form and to our welder in Lamar, Colorado, who shapes all the steel, CNCs it, welds it all together. We have solid wood cabinetry, and that's built in Golden, Colorado. Not sure where they get the trees for that one. And then our composite manufacturer in Lamar builds our composite shells. And then we've actually worked with them over the last year to have them build out the interior as well.
Oh, good.
It's been a really cool, interesting process of educating them how to go from just a composite shell manufacturer to really a full trailer manufacturer.
Well, as you said, it's been the process, right? It started out with this,
Yeah.
like you said, like, it's crazy. Like, it's a college project of like, can I do this? And now you guys have a full-fledged business going. I mean, this is a good example of what I think has happened in the electrification space in so many ways. Is it started out on the car side where it was like, okay, let's throw a battery in a car and see what we can do with it. But the touch points that electrification starts to have in vehicle ownership and just, again, as we're talking about, just the enthusiast industry about whether it's, again, the vehicle itself or accessories for it. So I think what you guys have built out is really something that is, again, sky's the limit, frankly, for how much you can have an impact.
Absolutely. Yeah, super interesting, too. A kind of funny story. So meanwhile, Tommy's at CU Boulder, 40 minutes up the road. He's doing this as his college project, and I'm 40 minutes south in Golden at School of Mines. And my college project was converting a 1974 Volkswagen bus into an electric vehicle.
Wow, cool.
So
Okay.
that was my
That's
easy
some important
project.
backstory.
Yeah, now it's starting to come together.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's
so
cool, though.
We've both definitely been really interested in the electric side, in the camping side, and that the inception for that vehicle, that idea was they were going to go use it to go camping as well. And he after college went and built a van. I did a short bus. So we've definitely had a similar kind of call towards the electric and the camping side.
Really
of things,
cool to
so.
see how everybody brings their own unique passion and sprinkles on electrification, and then it becomes a cool new segment in the whole electric vehicle landscape. That's
Absolutely.
awesome.
It sounds to me like you got to go pick up a new Buzz. I mean, it's just chilling right there.
I looked right over there. I
Just
was
came
like,
over here. I was
Yeah.
like,
ask them
oh
if it's for
man,
sale.
that thing is sweet.
I actually really want one of those. I
No,
love those.
again, as a nostalgia play goes, it's just like, yes. I mean, it took them a while to get it to market, but now it's here. It's like crowd around it the whole day because why? It's
Incredible.
cool, but it speaks to what you were talking about too. Is like when people fall in love with certain vehicles and they have other passions like electrification. Is you're just like, I'm going to make this happen, and that's part of that. That is how the industry has gotten to now. Is because of that entrepreneurial effort of saying, I'm going to make this product be what I want it to be, and I'm not going to wait around for someone else to do it.
Absolutely. Yeah, it was interesting when I was doing my college project. We felt very kind of cutting edge. We really were. We were not on the cutting edge. There were already kits established for a lot of these. But it was interesting that a lot of the folks that saw it were like, oh, wow, I've never considered this. It would be a really cool idea to keep these old cars on the road by making them modern with electric vehicles. And now I come out to Electrify Expo and get to see all of the incredible projects that have been
There's
done.
some cool
and it's-
conversions here
oh,
today.
Man,
I can't
so
wait to get
cool.
out there and check some of those out.
Well, so yeah, go ahead.
I was just going to say, it's also really interesting when you pull up at a red light in a Volkswagen bus, and this thing goes 0 to 60. It's no roadster, but it actually gets to 60 miles an hour
about to say,
on
it gets
pace
to
with the rest of traffic.
That's an improvement.
And it's dead
in itself,
quiet,
yeah.
and all the cars next to you are like,
What is that?
what is going on there?
I had a cousin that had an old school bus, had the linoleum inside. It was like very old school. And yeah, 0 to 60 in like a week, maybe, you know. Like
Maybe.
But to what you're saying, it's like that, again, we talked about this earlier with Tom too, the journalist we spoke with. It's about that performance piece that it surprises a lot of people still. And that's something that, again, you've paired that with not only the idea of like electrification with the car is great, but there's these other wings. We talked about the trunk earlier, about all the trees, the offshoots of like enthusiast angles of ownership. And you guys are tackling a lot of different fronts. This is great.
Yeah, and it just makes it, honestly, such a clean, quick, easy experience working with the electric appliances. Induction cooktop, no flame, no fire risk. You don't have to worry about a propane leak. Did you close your tank? It's none of that stuff. It's slide it out, hit on, set your temperature, and go.
There you go.
That's the only way I'm going to get my wife to go camping. So we'll have a conversation after the show.
She's exactly. She's like, how did he
Gonna get
explain
it
that?
out there.
That sounds amazing.
Who was that guy on stage that you're talking to? Get us information.
Well, so to that point, so Mason, how do people find CampWorks? Where do they go to find information? How do they find out more details about the product?
Yeah, great. Campworksco.com and Campworks Colorado, Campworks Company, campworksco.com, and on Instagram, CampWorksCo as well.
That's fantastic.
All right.
Well, hey, thank you so much for coming
Yeah.
by. You guys are working on making the enthusiast market all the better for what's happening with electrification. Again, for those listening, we're at the EV Reality Check space. It's powered by GreenCars.com. This is Mason, the CEO of CampWorks. You guys have where's your booth, by the way?
We are in that far back corner over by the demo. We are getting to watch the E-Mustangs drift around the course all day, right in the outdoor recreation area, booth 311.
There you go. Go find them live here at the show. Thanks again, Mason.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mason. Crank it.
Welcome back. This is Electrify Expo Glendale. For those waiting in line to get a free T-shirt, how are you doing? You staying cool? Those in line? Those in line? Oh, but you're in the shade now in the EV Reality Check booth, and that is awesome. So this is EV Reality Check, powered by GreenCars.com. If you are interested in buying an EV, make sure to check out GreenCars.com. You can look at all the different options for plug-in cars, hybrids as well. Really a one-stop shop for checking things out. Here at the EV Reality Check booth, one thing we're doing all day and every day, both Saturday and Sunday here at Expo, is talking to people from the industry that are having an impact on how it's all working, how is it all coming together, and also dispelling myths and rumors about what might be happening in the EV space. So my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway, the best EV charging app out there. If you have an EV, download it today. You'll enjoy using the app. But I'm also joined once again by...
My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator and a Phoenix resident. So all things electric vehicle excite me. I also know firsthand what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in Arizona. So welcoming your questions today. If you have a question, find Randy and he'll bring you up to the mic here.
It's exactly it. And so one thing we're doing, as we mentioned throughout the entire weekend, is we're bringing guests on that are, again, on the front lines of making electrification happen in various parts of the industry. And we're joined today by Mackenzie McGuffey from HDR, and you're the zero emissions lead there.
Yep, that's correct.
All right. Well, thank you for joining us. So I guess, first of all, what is HDR?
So HDR, we are a transportation engineering firm. So we do all kinds of transportation. We do highways, we do roads, we do transit. And then we have a smaller niche group of zero emissions mobility specialists. So there's about 20 of us that are based throughout the country and through North America. We do all sorts of zero emission and EV related work.
So that's really about, you go in and talk to, for example, fleets that might want to do a transition to electric, right?
Yeah, so we do, I would kind of parse it into 3 different groups. So we have our fleet transitions, which is exactly what you're talking about. So that's looking at a large fleet and saying, how can we make this electric? What portions can we make electric? And in what time frame can we do that? We also do community planning. So with community planning, we're looking at whether it be a state or a city or a county and saying, here's where your EV charging station should go so they're optimally utilized and you're getting the most bang for your buck on those.
No stranded assets.
Yeah, no stranded assets.
No stranded assets.
Yeah, exactly.
That's a scary industry term. It's like, what is a stranded asset? Well, imagine stranding something. And an asset is valuable. And they go, oh, don't do that. Don't do that. So the third bucket, though, is?
So the third bucket is EVSE, so charger installations, but more so at scale and for large fleets. So we do a lot of heavy-duty vehicles such as long-haul trucks, transit buses, school buses. We also do municipal fleets, so just light-duty vehicles, but we're looking at it at scale.
Okay, so I'm glad that you broke it up that way, because my first question might be, what are some of the main questions or concerns that some of the people that you work with might have that you are answering for them?
So I think a big question and concern we get sometimes is, are we doing all of this tomorrow? Sometimes people think, oh, we're getting EVs, so we're turning over our entire fleet of vehicles, we're changing everything within a couple years. The majority of the cases, almost 99.9% of the time, that's not the case. So we're looking at a long-term plan. We're bringing in chargers, vehicles in a very phased fashion. So we're looking at the life cycle of a vehicle and saying, okay, when this vehicle is done with its useful life, can we bring in an EV and can that function just as well or better than the traditional vehicle did?
Well, I think you bring up that phrase, just as well or better. I think that's where a lot of that anxiety comes in for making the transition, whether it's a private owner or a fleet operator. It's the bottom line is these cars we've had for ages that run on dino juice, we've just been able to rely on them. And yeah, they're expensive for maintenance and they cause those problems over time. So that reliability piece is something that, as you said, it's like a phase in. So do you think it's, I guess in the work that you do, is it sometimes that they will say, we're going to electrify some percentage of the fleet to really get a sense for how they can see the ROI?
Yeah, that's exactly it. So normally we're looking at either certain time horizons that the organization wants to meet, say, 2050 we want to have X% electric, 100%, 50%, or shorter time horizons. So sometimes we're going and meeting those specific goals and tailoring the program to that. Other times we're brought in to say, all right, we want electrification. We have no idea what that looks like. We don't know what we should be doing, but we do know that we want it. So can you help us figure out what's our plan? What's the timeline? How can we make this easy on our staff? Because there's a whole workforce of people that then have to manage these projects that we're bringing
and use
in.
them and rely on them. Yeah.
I feel like cars are such a large expense, probably one of the larger expenses that any consumer has, with the exception of their home. And so to have it broken down that way, to see the numbers and see like the projection that you guys are able to provide, I'm sure is super valuable to your customers. That's awesome.
No, and I think that's the biggest challenge is the human element. is that whether it's a private owner or whether you're talking to someone, the fleet side of it and the scale of which what you're doing, sometimes it does just come down to bean counting, right? Is they look at it and they go, well, again, does it math for us? Does the math work? But they still have to trust it, and that's still a big part of it.
So I think in a lot of times it's the math. A lot of times it's environmental goals. So we're looking
Okay.
so we're looking at, all right, what does this cost? But many organizations, public, private, whatever it may be, really, I mean, across the country, this is unanimous through every single state. I'll see some kind of environmental goal and say, we want to do better or we want to get to here. So that plays into it as well. I think it is partially about the cost, but when we're looking at the organizational sense, it's how can we better our community and how can we better the people that we're serving?
Interesting.
I was going to say, and that's something that you don't often, again, we're talking about corporations making decisions, and oftentimes we hear in the media every day, it's like, oh, they don't care. It's all about profit, whatever it might be. But in reality, again, there are a lot of organizations that are run by people, whether large and small, where they say, no, this is also about impact, and what is it we're doing that relates back to our mission, our vision, our core values.
Yeah. I mean, that's a great way to draw in customers, is to prove to your customers that you care about the community that they live in. And that's one way, is to reduce your impact, right?
Yeah, and the thing that really got me into this work is I think that when it comes to an environmental perspective, this is one of the biggest things that an organization or an individual can do. You know, there's people that care a lot about the environment. There's people where they maybe don't care as much. And sometimes I really like meeting people that drive EVs and say, I really don't care about the environment, but this thing's cool.
Right.
And that's the kind of thing where it's, you know, we want to see people adopting this technology because it does have these benefits, and it really, really scales when we bring it into large fleets.
I love that because you totally just described me. It's just, it's not to say that I don't care about the environment. That's not true. It's that what got me into electric vehicles was the performance and acceleration and how exciting they are. And then what came next was the fact that I can have all this guilt-free fun in my car while also minimizing my impact on the environment. That's really cool.
And I think that's what makes a really good environmental solution. It's, you know, you don't need to be fully focused on that. It's just something that it makes sense for you. It's convenient. It's fun. And that's what drew me into this work because, I mean, if we look at ourselves as a state, we can get rid of 40% of our emissions as a state just by making the transition over to electric. If we took every single vehicle.
That's the second time we've heard that stat today. Yeah. That's an important one. So, no, but to that extent, you know, the environmental impact, like you said, it may not be front of mind for everybody anymore. And I think it's probably because it's a big topic to tackle. And when you're talking to an individual about making a fleet operation decision, it's like I'm one person or we're one fleet. Like, how can we have that impact? So leading with it may not make the most sense. But to your point, we've talked about it a lot today with different guests. It's like the fringe benefit is, oh, by the way, it is really good for the environment and it's good for the community. But it's what are they focused on that's going to make what's the tipping point that makes them say yes? So for you and what you've described, it's a combination of bean counting, but also mission and vision for the organizations you talk to.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I mean, this is a very, very direct thing that they can do, that they can measure and say, here's what's coming from our fleet. Now we're driving electric. Here's what's not coming from our fleet anymore. And it's amazing.
Yeah, it's really cool that I'm sure the people that you work with, whenever they are hearing the ways that they can reduce their impact, they're probably also surprised to hear about how adding electric vehicles to their fleet will improve their operations. So it's just the multiple advantages that electrification can bring, I'm sure, are what your customers are looking for. That's really cool.
Oh, the operators love them. When I go from a transit bus perspective to a school bus to long haul trucks, that is something that we unanimously see through all of them because one, I mean, they're just fun to drive. But second, a lot of these vehicles are designed a lot more so for the use case. So one of the cool ones I've seen is with waste collection trucks. They actually have more space in the cab for the drivers now because the engine's not there. So
oh, that's a good point.
So
yeah.
And I'm sure our next speaker is going to be talking a lot about that when we have a great speaker talking about waste today. But
well, I mean, that's the thing about the design and the architecture of the product when it comes to electrification. We talk all the time about the reduced maintenance, right? But it's because there's just fewer parts, and how can you reimagine the car or the vehicle itself? We've seen that from the light duty vehicle perspective. That's part of why the skateboard approach to battery in the bottom, the electric motors between. But on other vehicle types, that's something that I think, again, everyday people are probably not going to think about that, but if you have that kind of that value proposition and selling point to someone to say, by the way, do you not want to feel crammed inside of your waste disposal vehicle anymore? Well, what do you mean? And then I guess that's the question now is that, do you have the ability to then go and give them an example of the vehicle where they can kind of try it out to get a sense? I mean, these are big purchases.
Yeah, especially when we get into heavy duty vehicles. So what we'll often do, my company in conjunction with an organization, is we'll host different vehicles for demonstrations.
Okay. And again, is it a one-day thing, or is it like extended?
We've done a variety. We've done anywhere from a day to a couple weeks. One of the things we really like to do is we like to time it with whatever the worst weather is for that environment. So I had the joy of riding a bunch of transit buses around in the summer a couple years ago because we wanted to see, all right, if we crank the AC down as much as we know that it needs to be cranked down, is this bus still going to feel good?
Yeah.
And the answer is yes. The buses actually perform extremely well. Recently I took, there was a school bus trip going from here in the valley down to the Lucid manufacturing facility.
Okay, yeah.
Rode a whole electric school bus there and back. Worked great. It was middle of the summer. The AC was awesome. Range was great. So it really is here and it's working.
Magic School Bus ain't got nothing on this.
No!
Oh, it was a great bus.
Yeah.
However, I do see a reboot in the making.
Really?
Well, I'm
oh,
just
this is
saying.
an idea.
Yeah,
We need to
well,
pitch this.
Again, for those...
Actually, forget we said anything.
No, yeah, actually, copyright him.
Yeah.
No, but I think that's important to talk about is just even things that we're familiar with in that sense, right?
Yeah.
I mean, again, we're like, oh, Magic School Bus, but the way people have experienced different vehicles, whether it's, again, a school bus, whether it's something that is, they may not drive it themselves, but they see it every day, that's the impact and the reach that electrification is having. That, again, Expo is exposing people to things they can more than likely personally buy, but part of the conversation here with the EV Reality Check space is, but how else does it impact the community? And then HDR is really, I mean, that's kind of the bread and butter, is it's the behind the scenes of how you're impacting the community.
Oh, definitely. Because I think when we're looking at electric vehicles on a personal level, there's a lot that, I mean, the internet's an incredible resource. There's a lot of things that we can do to make that decision for ourselves, talk to our friends with that have EVs. But when it comes to a large scale operation, that's when it starts to get really daunting for people. That's when people say, what kind of trainings do my staff need to have?
Yeah.
They're on high voltage equipment now. What do I need to do about that? They're curious about how they drive them because we all know the regenerative braking adds a different element to it and it just feels different. There's all these things that once you bring it into a large scale kind of perspective, it becomes helpful to have somebody on the outside and kind of say, okay, here's how other people do it. Here's how we do it. Here's how we can help you move forward with that. Yeah, so I'm really glad that I found my way into this field.
Go ahead.
That's really interesting. Can I ask, whenever you're working with fleet companies, do you get to be as granular as this is the electric vehicle that works best for your use case?
So we actually go as far as to model it out.
Wow.
So we will take the EV. Sometimes they'll want specific EVs that they're looking at. Other times, we'll just pick different models that we think would fit well for their use cases. We will put it into our modeling software and say, all right, here's your climate, here's what you're hauling around every day, here's how much your vehicle is idling. We've even done things where this vehicle's door is opening and closing constantly. So in a transit bus situation,
what?
yeah,
really?
Because you're bringing in hot air every single time or cold air every single time.
That
so
is
that's
an
gonna
incredible
have more impact.
calculation.
Yeah, so we're getting really, really granular with it. And, we came up with this about 5 years ago, and it's really awesome to see. We're now working with similar organizations who have done that modeling process and now have the vehicles out on the road, so we can compare those two together and say, okay, this is what the efficiency was in our model. Here's what it is in real life.
Okay, Mackenzie, how did you guys do?
We've gotten darn close.
Okay.
We've gotten really, really close, which is awesome to see.
That is really impressive.
I've
You
never
said
heard-
you have software that does all of this for you.
Yeah, so we develop software internally that can take various data points from the vehicles. So we're able to look at hours of operation, miles. We can even take different, it's called GTFS systems, where it's basically calculating where the vehicle is at any given time in a route. So this works a lot for fixed route vehicles, whether it's a transit bus, a school bus, waste collection, things that are very, very routine. We can take all of those routine factors in and go further and say, here's what's advertised, here's what works in more ideal conditions, but hey, you live in Canada, or you live in Minneapolis, or you live somewhere very hot like here. But of course, the cold is much harder, much harder on the battery than the heat. But we're able to take all of that and make a little bit more informed and confident decisions around what we're putting in the fleet and when.
Again, the whole thing about when you said, oh yeah, if you open the door and how much heat is lost out of the I'm like, wait, what? Yeah. I've never heard anything like that. But that's the type of confidence in selling that you need to have when you're talking to some of these operators to explain the comprehensiveness that you have towards your approach of saying, this is why electrification is going to be beneficial. if you just walk in and say, hey, low maintenance and yeah, it's going to be cheaper for fueling. I mean, we all hear a lot of those talking points, but if you can get down into the weeds around, no, literally, if you throw the door open and you're running the AC, we know how the impact's going to be because X amount of stops on a route. That's incredible.
Exactly. It helps with the mindset shift because I think we all know as EV drivers, it's a shift in how we're viewing our driving, how we're viewing how we fuel up or charge up our car. It's all of these things that work once you're used to it. But that beginning part is really scary for a lot of people, especially it's, you've been driving the same kind of car your whole life. Okay, now I'm going to change the entire engine. Now I'm going to change everything. How do I do that?
Yeah, and in fleets, that's a big deal because we're talking decades of conditioning with the same type of vehicle. And part of that comfort that comes with those jobs is, well, I've done this forever. I don't want to change this. In the same way we're talking about on a personal level when people are buying an individual car. That human element factor of conditioning is a very, very important part of the topic.
There's a lot of elements of EV ownership that you just have to have a complete change of mindset around, and I'm sure that's true for your fleet owners, but it's also true for just your regular EV consumer. Like, you have to rethink the way that you think about cost of ownership. You have to rethink the way that you talk about or think about charging your car or fueling your car. It's just a lot of learning involved.
But I think the thing that's so important about the scale of what you're talking about that you tackle is we can have those individualized conversations. It's like the work you've done over the years going to ride and drive events. You have an interpersonal conversation with somebody that does it on a daily basis. It adds authenticity. It adds a level of, oh, well, if he's doing it, I can do it. Then you scale that up to, I don't know how big of fleets you guys have worked with over the years, but
largest was 1,200 vehicles.
There you go.
Yeah.
And then you get to point to other companies that you've worked with and shown like the benefits that they've had and seen by working with you and going electric. So it's kind of a similar conversation where if I'm talking one-on-one with somebody that's considering going electric, I get to show them the benefits that I'm experiencing, and then you're kind of doing the same thing but on a larger scale, right?
I expect, Blake, that you're going to develop out some sort of a software model that shows when you're on a road trip and you open your EV6 door, you're going to be like, oh man.
That's why I'm asking all these questions to get these ideas, because I'm gonna go ahead and just jump into that myself. It seems pretty simple.
Well,
right?
yeah,
I'll figure it out.
That was the best response ever. I wish not really.
Don't quit your day job.
Okay.
Yeah, I cannot run that model, but there are very smart people that I work with that can run it amazingly.
And full credit to software development. Again, what the industry is also learning, and when I say industry, I mean the EV industry in general. That means legacy automakers. That means even electric utility companies. Software is not easy. Software is very hard to get it right. And I think when you talk about the success you've had with what you've developed out, it speaks to, again, competent people that you can be relying on to give you good information. So to that extent, I guess we can kind of close it out here. And I want to ask, if people want to find information about HDR, where do they go? How do they find information?
All right. I mean, we have a website, hdrinc.com. You can also find us on LinkedIn. I'm happy to answer any additional EV questions for anyone out there. But yeah, I think internet would be the best way to connect with us.
That's perfect.
Right on.
You got anything else from you?
No, thank you for your time.
That was,
thank you.
I love the software discussion. I love how I will never forget you saying, open the door, we can calculate that. That's incredible. So we're at the EV Reality Check booth here at Electrify Expo Glendale. It's powered by GreenCars.com. Make sure to come by. We got shade. We got free T-shirts. If you can hear our voices, come on by and hang out. Even charge your phone. We've got a lot of things that will benefit just the day and the environment you're in. Hey, come by and take a load off and learn something new, even about cool software that's transforming fleets around the entire country. So thanks again, Mackenzie, for coming by.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. Crank it, Trey.
And welcome back to Electrify Expo Glendale. If you can hear our voices, free t-shirts await you at the EV Reality Check booth, powered by GreenCars.com, as well as Shade. You can hang out and you can charge your phones as well. You've been taking photos and videos all day. But also here at the EV Reality Check booth, we are busting myths, we are dispelling rumors, and we are basically making the conversation happen for everybody who's attending to answer questions you might have and also talk to industry professionals that have been on the front lines of making the industry work, because that is exactly what we want to help the attendees of Expo experience. It gives you a chance to understand like what's going on in the industry from the people that are making it happen. So my name is Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. If you have an EV or you're shopping for one, make sure to download the Chargeway mobile app. Choose any EV that you're looking for. You can plan road trips, see how public charging works. It's the easiest app out there for all that. But all of the conversations I'm having today, I am joined by
Yours truly, Blake Aaron. So I'm an EV enthusiast and EV content creator and Phoenix, Arizona resident. So I know firsthand what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in Arizona. I've lived here almost my entire life, and I've owned an electric vehicle here for the past 5 years. Various different EVs, but
I was going to say you've had more than one.
Yeah.
Yeah. So
some would say too many.
Wait, is it too many, really?
Several.
Okay, several. So one of the things we do on every session we have is we get a chance to sit down and talk to those who've been on the front lines of making the EV industry possible. And we're joined today by someone who's been on the front lines of the charge point operators, making the charging happen, the networks you might encounter when you're out charging your car publicly, the utilities, and also the behind the scenes of how that infrastructure is being planned out. CJ Berg, it's good to have you here.
Thank you, thank you.
So I gotta say, you've kind of seen every little aspect of the industry, pretty much from everything you've done. So now you're also an Arizona-based guy. So you're seeing how the state of Arizona. We've talked a lot about that today, about how the state itself has been really kind of pushing things forward better than most states. You've been involved with a lot of that in certain ways, both on a national level, but even the fact that you are here. So I guess how do you see that it's transformed in the time you've been in the EV industry?
Yeah, I think from the utilities perspective, they've been doing planning, going back the past 50 years on the bulk power side as well as the distribution side. Basically planning out what the load's going to be in the future. So I think the utilities have been kind of here a bit of ahead of the curve when it comes to planning for electrification, both on the residential side as well as on the commercial side. So that's been awesome. And then I think from municipalities, local fleets have also been on the front edge of this stuff. So, I've just been driving around. I've seen City of Mesa has had F-150 Lightnings. I know there's been a trash truck that's come around here too a couple times. So City of Glendale tested that out. Town of Gilbert, where I live, and you don't really normally think of Arizona as kind of like the leading edge of this stuff because you always hear about California, New York, Oregon, some of these other states. But Arizona is right up there with all those states, especially with residential adoption.
Yeah. I saw a spec that said that Tucson, Arizona, of all places, is one of the leaders in electrification, one of the fastest growing EV climates. Interesting.
It really speaks to the fact that what we're seeing, again, it's a collective effort that's been worked on for so many years, but it's all the fruits of the labor, right? Is for the longest time, it was basically people on, again, niche groups. It was early adopters. It was people that were part of clubs, for example, that have been around for a long time. And that was all happening behind the scenes, but events like Expo show that it's front and center. And I think that it's something like Arizona is a statewide experience. Also, what's happening in Phoenix Metro, it really does speak to the fact that it's almost like people are surprised when they get here. They look around, they're like, I had no idea that this show was going to be as big as it is. It's like, well, partly too is, again, we got companies like Lucid as an example. That's part of the state's story of what electrification has been, right?
And I would also just like to go off of that point, Arizona is already kind of a hub for electrification, but apart from that, the EV community here in the area is affluent. There's tons of us, I call us nerds and geeks that love electric vehicles that get together on a regular basis. The Electric Vehicle Association is one of those groups, and it's really fun to just engage with those people. So if you are interested in buying an electric vehicle and you want to get plugged into a community like that, check me out on social media. Happy to get you connected, but
well, that's again, it's the community aspect of things is really what got electrification to have a footprint in general.
Yeah.
Is it really was about these localized efforts that were being made. And again, this dates back to organizations like Plug in America and again, Electric Vehicle Association, like you're saying. It required people that were passionate to make it happen from just, again, a personalized level. But then it was that organization and coordination that helped it really start to have traction on an industry level because a lot of those people had jobs in engineering, policy, you name it. I mean, so I guess when did you get your start in the electrification space?
It was about a decade ago. I started working for Arizona Public Service, a local utility. I was like in their grid transformation group, so looking at all the cool new things that are on the electric grid. And then was just really fascinated about electrification of mobility. So kind of jumped in headfirst there. In the past about 7 years, I've been on the consulting side, so working with different fleets on electrification, as well as working for the other two utilities in the state as a consultant, kind of working with them on their electrification plans. And then currently working for a fleet. So it's been the past decade really I've been in the space, and it's been super enjoyable. And one of the reasons I like it is just the people in the space. Everyone's just so passionate about it. Everyone wants to make this thing work and work through all the challenges, and just kind of seeing everyone persevere and then see the fruits of our labor borne out in conferences like this, and all the folks that are so passionate. It's been incredible.
Right, yeah. I think what's cool about that and all of your experience in this arena, I heard you say that you have experience working with utility companies and you have some insights into the grid here in Arizona. Is that right? Yep. So one of the concerns that I hear quite often from people who are a little hesitant to buy electric vehicles or skeptical about electrification is that they feel like the grid, wherever they are, Arizona, for instance, or Southern California is another big one that comes up. It can't handle electrification. So what is your impression of that? How would you respond to somebody that is a little hesitant to buy electric because of that?
Yeah, I think it definitely comes up a lot, and I definitely don't blame people for not, for being fearful. There's a lot of headlines out there, especially with like data centers and things that oh my gosh, is the grid going to be able to handle this? And the Arizona utilities in particular, since essentially AC has been necessary to develop here for the past 70 years, they've had a very robust bulk system from a generation side as well as a transmission side, and then also from a distribution side, because they've had a plan for every house here to have air conditioning. So just based on that, the grid's very well prepared for you throwing a level 2 in your garage, or rolling up to a DC fast charger in Quartzsite, Arizona to charge as you're going to California. So and this planning cycle happens every 2 to 3 years, and then they project out 20 years. So what you see today from a grid standpoint was planned back in the 90s.
Yeah.
Well, and to that point, it was planned with redundancy in mind, right? It wasn't like, well, again, back in the 90s, we weren't talking about electric cars on a larger scale, but it's the fact that we were having people that understood how to do the math against where the growth was going to say, well, what can we anticipate from a load perspective? And you bring up a good point about the transition to air conditioning was, I think, one of the best examples that comes up all the time is the grid around the country, everywhere had to accommodate that. And again, looking back and historically speaking, it's like it was able to make that happen. And in the realm of electrification for transportation, if you're charging a car at home, and again, 50% of America, they are homeowners, that load that we're putting on the grid is based on that growth planning that you talked about for the last 70 years. So it's not like it's out of nowhere, like, oh no, we have to all of a sudden have a reactive response. The utilities are, by design, proactive in their planning.
Yeah. And the power sources that we have at our disposal or available to us have changed since then too. We have the advent or increase in green energy, solar, stuff like that. And so as the needs have increased, so have our accesses to electricity.
Yep, and the grid's doubled 2 times in the past, and we're about to double it again. So it's really going to be, 3rd times the charm for the utilities. They just have to do exactly what they've done for the past century to keep up with that, but also do things a bit differently. So engaging with customers about flexible load, making sure customers are charging off-peak, things like that I think are going to be a little different from what they've done historically, but it will allow them to double the grid capacity.
And that speaks to like an energy education thing. We talked about this a little bit before on one of our other sessions. It's just people have just had access to energy for years, and that's okay. I've got, whether that's gasoline, whether that's flipping the light switch, the lights go on. We haven't had to actively think about it. We've just sort of kind of had it at our disposal, and it's been easy. But what you're talking about too is that there's an opportunity now, because of how we can integrate into people's lives, that they can have a more personal experience with energy in the sense that they can manipulate, control, save money. And that's such a big part of the conversation, because in the past it was just like, there's no saving anything. Right. Lights on, you write a check, boom, you had to pay it. Go to the gas station, pay them. But now it's different. Yeah. And I think that's the big part of the conversation.
I think another thing to consider is that electric vehicles, though they do potentially pose us a bit of a problem, not a problem, but just they there's a reason that we need to increase electrification or just access to energy. But we also need to look at electric vehicles as potentially being power sources that can feed energy back into the grid, right?
Good
With
old
V2G.
VPP you're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about.
Yeah,
You're talking about language now.
an acronym in the
Yeah.
EV industry? My, we've never done that.
I don't know if we have enough of those.
We got a few, but again, virtual power plant. What do we mean by that? I mean, so no, let's unpack that. Like, I mean, let's talk about it more, because you got a car that can both charge at home and discharge.
It can. So I drive Kia EV6, and it's capable of I don't have the terminology, but I can plug an adapter into the charge port with my car, and I can use that to power small electronics with a 12 volt, or like with that run off of 12 volts.
Well, basically, what you're talking about is like, what do you want to charge at home if the power goes out? Okay, cool. I can run my fridge. I can watch TV. I can even keep the internet running. Frankly, if you have some, I mean, all that matters. And again, the beauty of that is we've never had that option in the past. It's like you buy products and you use them, and then that's done. You buy product, use it, it's done again. The flexibility of what we can do with electrification and just battery storage is huge. I guess in the work that you've done over the years, I guess I think stationary storage, actually let's talk about this. VPP, virtual power plant, like, okay, it's a car that you got in your garage and you can pull, energy off that. The utilities love the idea of that, right? So I think that there's still this balancing act that we can have stationary storage, like a battery at home, where your car can even offset that and augment that even further, but it still is a mode of transportation if you need it, and stationary storage is something that you can take advantage of. I guess in all that you've seen, what do you think is going to be the opportunity for people to take advantage of most?
I think kind of first off, just responding to the rate tariff, like this V1G. So, that's kind of
okay. You just completely lost me. What was that?
Yeah. So V1G, this is like, before going to like the full vehicle to grid or vehicle to load, as what you were talking about, this is just like the basic response to your rate plan. So charging when it's cheapest, so charging overnight or in the middle of the day. That's a way to interact with the grid that a lot of customers already have a lot of muscle memory with when it comes to your smart thermostat that you might be participating in a program, or maybe it's a water heater. So I think it's just an addition to that I think a lot of utilities will see the potential in the next couple of years. That's something that's very easy to do. And then couple years in the future, and you've already started to see some pilots in California and New York where they're actually encouraging customers to export power back to the grid through these programs where the utility isn't necessarily controlling the load and controlling when you're charging. They're more orchestrating it. So they're trying to, charge when it's
load
best.
shifting, as it's called.
Exactly. So they're really trying to make it work for you as the customer, but also as the grid, and then also reward you for doing so.
Right. Well, because again, there has to be an incentive. I mean, again, I've had conversations with people about this over the years, and again, so when you said V1G, that threw me. I'm like, what? But V2G, so you're referring to it's only one direction. It's just like
exactly.
Gotcha. Okay.
Yep.
So, but either way, the acronyms. But no, but I think it's a great point about we have to figure out how to incentivize the public. Because the promise of something where you have a lot of EVs that are just hanging out with their batteries powered up, that we could use that to balance the grid load, that's a great opportunity. But again, I had some guy tell me at a show one time, he said, that sounds neat, but if I go and get gas in my car, no one's calling me to siphon it. And I said, that's a good point. He said, so walk me through that. How do I benefit? And so to your point, we have to get creative around the financial program benefit of how they can say, well, I'm not missing out, and you're also not negatively impacting their life. Like you said, it's balancing for when they need their car, right?
Exactly, and I think a lot of customers that are transitioning from like a fossil fuel vehicle, like you're already looking for the cheapest place to fuel your vehicle at like Costco, or maybe it's the one 3 miles down the road that's got like 1 cent cheaper. Right. So I think there's a lot of interest from customers on charging when it's cheapest already, but also kind of taking that a step further on how we're rewarding customers for participating in those programs and also being more flexible with that load. Because a lot of times your vehicle's gonna be plugged in overnight and you're commuting in the morning, so there's a lot of flexibility of when you can actually have your vehicle charge that benefits you as the driver, obviously, but then also the utility as well.
So I'm curious, the challenge I think that we talk about with this is consumerism in America for decades has basically been about, I'm going to buy a product that I want for me, and I get to use that product for myself. Same thing with the service. What we're talking about with this is it's an altruistic approach to product and service engagement. And that's not necessarily ingrained in how we buy products today. Yeah. How do we do that?
Like, I think you hit on it a little bit, is that there has to be some sort of an incentive, and that more often it should probably be some sort of financial incentive, right? And so it's kind of not easy, but it's pretty clear the pathway for that for a utility company would be to offer lower rates for people who are participating in a program like that. So
like kind of a bonus back to your utility bill if you take part in it.
Sure,
kind of thing.
exactly. Yeah.
Yep, there's a ton of different ways that utilities can reward their customers. I think if we look to some examples in like the UK or Texas, where it has a different market structure, they actually are like going out and recruiting customers to come into these utility programs, but they're like, hey, the more devices that you can connect up, it might be your EV charger, might be your smart thermostat, might be something else, they give you a lower rate, or they give you those benefits on your bill if you do participate. So it's almost like this gamification of it that you can save money on.
That's a great point. The gamification of it is I think we need to really be focused on, again, and this is where the challenge for the EV industry is, we want to educate people, but we have to inform them in a way that feels fun and inviting. And again, I think that's a big part of what Expo is about. I mean, the founder of Expo, BJ, his whole vision was it's got to be something that's fun for everyone, including the whole family. And I think that's a big challenge we've had for a long time, is a lot of these programs, they functionally work, but we're not translating the value in a way that where someone goes, I can casually engage in that and I see the value quickly. I think that's still one of the biggest challenges we have as an industry.
It's got to be fun and user-friendly, right, for anybody to get involved. So I think SRP, we had a good conversation with them earlier today where I congratulated them for creating a clean user interface for somebody like me to go in and be able to customize my plan so that I can add those types of programs easily. They have smart thermostat programs that I am already involved in, and it was really easy to set up. So there's a pathway for more utility companies to get involved in stuff like that.
I love how you said a lot about SRP and you just got that logo like perfectly on it.
Do I just look like an SRP shill?
Hey, they're a sponsor of the Expo, baby. I mean, and that's the thing is these brands and these names that we've all been engaged with over the years, wherever we live. Again, I live in Oregon, right? So I know my utility, but I don't necessarily think of them the way that, from a brand perspective of the engagement we're talking about. But the forward-thinking utilities that are developing these beneficial programs are the ones that are going to win out. Yeah. Because I think part of that too is that there is again, Arizona's a good example where you can decide to create your own energy. Yeah. You could put in solar panels and have batteries, and then you have the ability to own that experience, but then maybe you have a relationship with your utility that isn't one way. It becomes that two-way thing we're talking about.
They do a pretty good job of partnering with their community, and just by being here at an event like this and getting on the stage with us, just having a conversation, creating those online platforms. They have a EV community that you can sign up for on their website, which is really cool too. I'll stop like promoting SRP because they don't need it, it seems like, but I just want to say that if more utility companies do stuff like that, then you can see a pathway to this grid consumer connection that benefits everybody.
But I think what's also cool is that there's an evergreen aspect to like the EV reality check space. This is being filmed, people can watch it later. Every city that the Expo goes to, these conversations show how on a localized level what's happening that people can rely on. And I think that's the most important thing about what we're seeing here in Arizona is that there's been a lot of proactive effort. And as you described, it's like, no, this is dating back 50 years, 70 years of understanding how do we evolve what now has become an electric fuel infrastructure for people to then say, my car can rely on that in the same way I've relied on fossil fuels.
Yeah, but I think historically electric utilities have always been kind of known as a critical infrastructure provider. So they've had to maintain the transmission system during crazy storms like in Florida or wildfires in California. So this is kind of just like an added thing to them that now they are going to be a critical industry for the transportation sector. And I think there's very heightened awareness around that from a reliability standpoint as well. Yeah. Arizona, we're very lucky. We don't have like that many catastrophic events that we see.
You're insulated that way in a lot of ways.
Exactly, but it's also not an excuse that there still has to be grid hardening advancements as well as investment in the infrastructure to support what may come in the future, or as more people move here as well. We're a huge growing market, so it's not just electrification of transportation for the utilities. It's larger communities, it's manufacturing, it's all these things that are coming to the valley that they have to respond to.
Well, and the utilities, they've again, my work with them around the country, there's a communal aspect to it from each utility. Yeah. The service territories that do exist, I mean, it's like, oh yeah, that's a built-in monopoly. It's like, yeah, but it's not like they're actually acting like they don't talk. On every state level that I've ever seen where the largest utilities are at play making EV programs happen, Arizona's a great example. SRP and APS, they've worked hand in hand on a lot of these types of program designs, and the same is true in other states like where I'm at in Oregon. It's something that I think that people have taken for granted a bit. We've just always kind of like, when the lights are on, you're totally stoked. When the lights don't work, you call the utility and you're not happy about it. But I think that the evidence is it's 99% of the time it's always there to work for you, and that translates now into what we're trying to do for how they can rely on that for a fuel for their car.
Can I segue the conversation a little bit here?
Well, maybe.
Come on. Well, I'm a car enthusiast. I'm an EV enthusiast, and so I like to talk about the cars too. I haven't asked you guys this question yet. Do you guys drive electric? If you do, which EVs do you drive?
Yeah, so I drive a 2022 Model Y Performance.
Okay.
It's my second EV. Before that, I had a 2019 Hyundai Kona Electric.
Oh, okay.
And we have a reservation in for a Rivian R2, hopefully to get in Q1, Q2 of next year. So
right on.
I'm all in on it.
Does Rivian have V2L capability at all?
Not yet.
Okay.
So going down the Revit deep dive on it, I believe there will be some V2L capability with it for their when you're off-road camping, things like that. I'd like to see them have some stuff where I can actually export back to my home as well.
Yeah.
So to help avoid those peak events, things like that. So I'm hopeful, but I think there'll be at least some small V2L capability.
They seem like the perfect person to be putting something like that out. They're adventure oriented. Their customers go out and camp. They like to be out in nature. So that's the perfect use case for V2L, right?
Oh, me?
It's your turn.
Me next. My first EV was a 2012 Chevrolet Volt. So, God, that's a while ago now. And then I got a second gen Volt. I got like a 2016, 2017. My wife, they got a Spark EV. And then she went and got a Bolt EV, and then I went and got a Model 3, and then she went and got a Model Y. So again, and Trey's hyped right now. He loves
Trey's ready to go.
He loves all that, yeah. But my family, we've been driving electric cars for over a decade, and I'm a car guy. I've worked 25 years in the auto industry. I cut my teeth putting turbo kits on cars in Southern California. Very Fast and the Furious of me. But like that's what it was. But I love the fact that EVs have the evolution that I've had to experience over the products I've owned over time has been great. And I think that once you've lived with it and enjoyed it, then the shopping part of it comes into play where it's fun. We've gone from a handful of cars in the market 10 years ago to over 100 models now today.
Yeah.
So
I think that's interesting to talk about is how a lot of people who are EV enthusiasts like myself, we were car enthusiasts first, and to some respect, I still am. Like I have appreciation for acceleration, cornering, high performance sports cars, and I love that EVs offer all of that and can do it in a way that is also practical and environmentally friendly sometimes too.
Mine was the opposite, actually.
Oh, okay.
I was not a big car person. Growing up, my dad kind of taught me to be like very practical. He drove like the worst cars ever, and then just owning like a gas car growing up in high school and in college, it just broke down all the time. And so I was just like, oh my gosh, this thing's just like a way on the wallet constantly. Then when I made the transition, it was just very surprising. It's like, wow, I can actually enjoy this car. I can experience it. It's fun, but also it really helps that it's not constantly sitting in the shop.
Yep.
Right.
I think that's one thing. Again, a lot of people are shopping for EVs today. We've got a lot of used EVs in the market that are now maybe more price approachable for a lot of people.
Yeah.
There's still a used EV rebate they can get. I think what we're going to finally start seeing is that we're going from there was a part of the buying public that made EVs happen, but we're getting into the fact, and Expo's proving that in every city, that everybody from various walks of life is showing up and they're curious. And that curiosity is part of why we have the EV reality check space, is to talk about these questions, answer questions wherever we can. And also, again, CJ, it's great to have people like you come and chat about your experiences, what you've done in the industry as well, because frankly, without people like you, we wouldn't be sitting here.
Yeah.
So
I wouldn't get to play with these cars that I love so much without the work that you do. So I really appreciate what you do.
Awesome.
Thank you.
Thanks, CJ. All right, Trey, let's spin it. All right. Welcome back. This is the Electrify Expo. We are in Glendale. It is a sunny day. It is a beautiful day. And hey, I'm gonna say the clouds are here, Blake.
Not that sunny, and we're hoping that it stays overcast like this. We're liking it.
It's been good. It's been good. So if you can hear our voices, first of all, free T-shirts await you. So if you can hear our voices, swing by, get a free T-shirt. We're at the EV Reality Check booth. It is sponsored and powered by GreenCars.com. Make sure to check out GreenCars.com. It is a place where you can really kind of do some shopping alongside different makes and models of different plug-in cars, even hybrids as well. Great resource if you're doing some shopping. And also here at the EV Reality Check booth, we're going to be dispelling rumors and myths about EVs. We really want to dive into what's happening on the industry level about, hey, is this actually happening? I think Expo proves it, but here at the booth, we're going to be talking about a lot of different topics and bringing industry insiders on the stage to talk about what's happening there. My name is Matt Teske, and I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best EV charging mobile app out there. Download it today on iOS and Android. You can plan road trips, choose an EV, and it makes EV charging super simple. And I'm joined, as always, by
yours truly, Blake Aaron. I am a social media personality. I'm a YouTube content creator that focuses on electric vehicles. I'm also a resident of Phoenix as well, so I know what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in this area. I know what the public charging infrastructure looks like. So we invite your guys' questions. If you have questions or concerns about going electric here specifically, we're happy to answer those.
That's why we're here. And part of that is bringing people from the local community that are on the front lines or behind the curtain making all these things happen. And we're joined today by Nick Myers, who's the vice chairman of the Arizona Corporation Commission. So, Nick, thank you for joining us.
Thanks for having me.
I was going to say, your pants are looking good. You got that biz cash going. I like it.
We all got the jeans going right now. We're rocking it.
You got to dress for the occasion, man.
Again, you have to. You always, and again, full tilt. So,
Darn
tell you
straight.
what, we're going to get into this full tilt. Nick, what do you do?
What do I do when?
I don't
During
know.
the
Right
day
now,
or at
not
night?
right now. Right
Oh,
now, we're having
right
a great.
now, I'm talking to you.
If you're not hanging out with us, what do you do?
Well, as far as what the commission does?
Sure, let's start there.
All right. Well, the commission regulates all the private utilities in Arizona.
Okay.
Oh, so you rule the kingdom with an iron fist.
I would not say that by any stretch of the imagination.
With a marshmallow fist.
We provide the balance to
Oh.
the utilities.
Okay, so I guess let's unpack that. So if the utilities are working to bring something to market, basically they got to run it through you. Is that kind of the thing?
Basically, yeah, they have to come justify it to us, and so that they can recover the cost.
So in all that relates to electrification here in Arizona, we've been talking with a lot of folks today about a lot of progress has been made. So the utilities are on the front lines of that. Obviously, we chatted with the folks from SRP earlier. I know the folks at APS. There's a lot that's happened. So how does that process work? If they come to you and say, we've got grand ideas, what's the balancing act look like? Is it related to just how it contributes to the entire community? What's the lens by which you look at that through?
Well, so we're in an elected position, right? So the base here in Arizona actually elects us. We're one of the few states that do that. We bring our own ideas, and they vote for it. So in this particular commission, we basically say no cost shifting to other ratepayers. That's one of our big things. So if you bring us a program and it doesn't make somebody else pay for what this person wants, then we usually are pretty amicable to it. As long as it makes financial sense, right? It has to run through that useful, reasonable, and prudent filter.
Gotcha. Okay, so I guess so that's a challenge, I think, for a lot of utilities at the end of the day, because they do serve everyone inside of their service territory. So that's the balancing act, right? And also for advancing something like a new technology, there has to be some sort of element around the balance as to who's going to benefit from it first. And I think EVs have had a lot of challenge with that because, again, early to market, you've got cars that are pretty expensive. You got to get infrastructure out there to serve the people that can buy those cars. That doesn't necessarily meet everybody's needs from the outset. So how do you balance that then?
Well, so a great example, when we were first brought on board, there were special EV rates that were given to Tucson Electric Power that they were giving to their customers. But those special rates were during certain times of the day, and they only applied to EVs.
Mm-hmm.
Well, this commission wasn't real fond of that. What if grandma wants to run her dryer in the middle of the night to save money? Why can't she do that? Is she still using the same electrons that an EV would be using during that time? So what we did is we said, okay, well, why don't you open that up to everybody? If EVs can do it, so can other industry. It's just a matter of providing fair and balance, right? So that one group does not unfairly benefit.
I think that's a good point. Go ahead.
Do you see a benefit, though, to incentivize people to go electric, though?
I do. So, I mean, the benefits come on a personal level. For example, I own a Model Y, right? We came here in a Model Y.
Okay.
I did that because I didn't want the gas bill. I wanted to charge up every night, and the range is perfect for getting to work and back.
Sure.
Yeah.
We still have an ICE vehicle, right, for long trips if it's maybe not going by charging stations.
Oh
things like
man, we got to get you on a long trip in an EV.
Well, and that may come, but the reality is there's still a lot of hesitation, and once I get comfortable with it, fine. But the reality is the benefits are what I decide the benefits are, right, and on a personal level.
As a buyer.
As a buyer, correct. Yeah. Same thing, I had solar on our last house. We had, believe it or not, we had a dog boarding and training facility, but the power would go out every once in a while. So we put a $20,000 solar array on with battery backup for reliability concerns, and that was the benefit that we got out of it. So I think there are tons of other benefits that people get from these, and I'm a perfect example that we don't necessarily need to pass the costs on to grandma.
So, but from a community benefit perspective, for things like emission reduction, for an example, we've talked about that a lot today with a few folks. How do we then provide the incentive for that to be something that the community can benefit from by giving access to people that can afford these products that may not be everybody, but the more that we get people into that funnel of buying EVs, there still is a community benefit by emission reductions. We talked to the from Ellen today from RMI, and she mentioned that. She's like, yeah, she's like, that's one biggest thing is 40% of our emissions here in Phoenix, they come from vehicles. So that's a community benefit still, though, right?
Well, there's different schools of thought on that because a lot of our emissions come from California and China here in Arizona. We can actually trace the emissions particles back to those areas. So our emissions here are not necessarily the ones that come from here.
Can we unpack that? I'm curious. How do you do that?
Well, they have the emissions particles have certain chemicals that the chemical makeup,
Sure.
right? And you can actually trace that to certain factories back in China. And so the non-attainment area and the problems that we have here in Maricopa County, a lot of that, 40% may come from cars here,
Sure.
but where does the other 60% come from? And they can they literally have scientifically traced it back to California, and other states, because the winds typically blow that direction, all the way over from China.
So I don't live here. I'll say that from the outset. But I guess, does that mean you just don't need to attack the 40% emission reduction then?
Not necessarily, but
That's where I'm confused, I guess.
Who's responsible for it at that point, right? And should it be on the backs of APS ratepayers, or should it be on the backs of all taxpayers in the state, right? Should it be on the backs of everybody individually? Where's the argument lie? We only have regulatory authority over the individual utilities,
Right.
but those utilities don't necessarily serve in the same capacity all over the state.
Right. Well, again, APS is more of like a statewide type of approach, whereas SRP is more consolidated to the Phoenix metro market, essentially.
Not necessarily. Yes, to a certain degree, but APS is definitely our largest. SRP is very close, though. In
Yeah.
a second.
Well, for ratepayers they have, right.
There's also co-ops, right,
Right.
out that serve the rural areas, and those people are just as affected as anybody else.
Sure. Yeah.
I would say I think it seems like electric vehicle owners who do want to reduce their impact are fronting part of the cost in order to reduce their impact, and part of that is true that they are having an effect, a positive effect on the environment, right?
Yeah.
Some of them. So it's difficult for me to say that it's okay for them to front that cost and then for them not to receive any sort of benefit, financial or
Sure.
by any means.
You have a
for doing
constituent
so.
here, so you have to sell him. You have to sell him on this, Nick.
Well, I'm not necessarily here to sell anybody on anything. I'm just saying that the incentives maybe don't need to come from the regulated utilities that have to spread that cost across the entire base.
Yeah.
Maybe it can come more from, say, the EV industry or maybe somebody else.
Well, the utilities are a fundamental part of the EV industry. Like, they make the fuel.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So if it's coming from the EV industry, does that mean that they have to play a role then?
I would say they do play a role, but they aren't the only role.
Oh no, I agree with that. I guess when you said EV industry, I think on a localized level, the utilities, they are the linchpin for how we can actually make success happen because they're producing the fuel, essentially.
Absolutely, and I heard you talking earlier about virtual power plants, things of that nature.
Yeah.
Those are great examples, right? But the difference there with a virtual power plant, at least with this commission, is we want the people that are willing to, say, sacrifice a degree or two on their thermometer to actually get compensated appropriately for that.
Right.
Not just give them a thermometer a thermostat that they may or may not use, but if you actually participate, then you get a payment for it just like you would if they were buying it on the market.
I really like that program. That's something that you guys greenlit, the thermostat program that SRP employs.
We have greenlit a lot of APS and not SRP because we don't actually regulate them.
Right. Oh, okay.
They're not a private utility. But
I see.
APS, we've done a lot of that cool rewards type programs and whatnot. The only difference is we're not paying for the thermostats, but we do encourage them to pay for the virtual power that they have saved.
That's really cool.
I think it's one of the biggest challenges that the EV industry as a whole faces from a stakeholder perspective. You look at it's kind of like the big five, right? It's the automakers themselves building the cars. It is the dealerships that sell them that are a part of every single community around the country. You then have the electric utilities that are a part of every single community around the country. You've got the networks that come in to every single community around the country that have to tap into the utilities. And then at the end, the policymakers such as yourselves who are looking at that lens and saying, okay, so how do we balance this out?
That's right.
I think that I've been in automotive for 25 years. I've been in EVs for over a decade. And I think one of the things that I still think we have to figure out is the relation that we have for the traditional auto industry and how it is, again, the subsidies we have for fossil fuels to the scale that we have them. How do we figure out how to balance that as it relates to who makes the electricity? Because that's what we're saying is going to replace gasoline, essentially. there's still an imbalance there in a wide level for how much we subsidize fossil fuels compared to what utilities can basically do. I mean, SoCal Edison, I figure it was like a couple years ago, they had a huge plan for like $300 million in trying to do marketing, and I think it got chopped down to like 30 or maybe 3. It was something they said, we can't have the impact we want to have if we can't have the ability to have a voice. But to your point, as a regulator, how then do we make sure there's a better balance there?
Well, and again, maybe the discussion comes down to what granularity should it be at? Should it be at the customers of the utility, or should it be a benefit for everyone in the state? And if it's everyone in the state, maybe it should be a legislative thing.
Okay. So I guess any ideas there?
You know, honestly, I don't have any direct ideas for you, other than like what I was telling you. If you're going to benefit from, or if you're going to sacrifice, like I said, for a virtual power plant, maybe your car goes puts energy back to the grid. You get compensated for that. There's all sorts of plans that we can do that are a fair and balanced approach. Nuclear is a technology that's coming. I am almost positive that's going to be subsidized just like gas was. I mean, it's an expensive technology. Why wouldn't it?
I was about to say it's not cheap at all.
No, it's not.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's one interesting thing about what I think Expo even as an event is trying to convey is that it is about how do we show people that they have choices in certain things. In certain ways, for energy production, like there hasn't been choice for ages. It's like, okay, I have my utility, and they produce the energy however they can. But if they're regulated in a way that they can do it in a way that benefits people from an environmental perspective, but that cost can be distributed across all ratepayers, is that something you think that would be balanced in that way? Because it's not about financial benefit, then it's about health benefit.
Yeah, you know, the devil's in the details, right? And when you're talking about especially electricity regulation, you know, we join markets that share electricity with other states.
Right, yeah.
Where I'm actually in the process of building a Western United States day-ahead market. It's kind of like a stock market, but it's trading electrons.
Okay.
So now all of a sudden, all these benefits are different from every state. Are we going to pay for Washington's greenhouse gas initiatives here in Arizona? I don't know that that's fair. So we have to make sure that what we're doing is appropriate, and also that it falls within the law. We have certain constitutional responsibilities here in Arizona that we have to abide by. So we can't just arbitrarily pay for things out of state.
Sure, that makes sense.
Yeah, I'm all about balance too. The way I see it as a consumer, as a constituent, I just feel like that the part of the balance conversation is EV owners. They are especially today, if you're buying an EV today, you're still considered an early adopter, and there's a risk factor involved there possibly, and so there should be some sort of potential, even small reward in some aspect for that. I think that is where we can potentially just incentivize growth for this segment, for electrification in general, and that's something that excites me. Yeah.
As a regulator, the problem we have is there are a lot of people that want to buy EVs, and they want to be incentivized to buy EVs, things of that nature. But for every one person that likes the idea of EVs, there's 5 that don't in this environment. So as a regulator, we have to balance all of
electrification.
Those. Huh?
Who still benefit from electrification?
Maybe they do. Maybe they don't want to. Right? Who knows? Their reasons.
They don't want to benefit from electrification?
They don't want to have anything to do with electrification. They would rather have their gas-burning diesel truck, and that's it. Right?
No, of course, but they're going to benefit from it as electrification grows because it does reduce emissions locally for sure. Even if they don't want to benefit, they're going to benefit, right?
Potentially, yeah.
Well, I mean,
so it's forced benefit, right? Is that really a benefit, or are you just forcing that onto somebody?
Man, I'm going to force a benefit.
I don't even know how to respond.
That was
to
a
that.
weird.
I've never heard the term forced benefit.
Yeah, I was going to say. Like, I heard. So we said stranded asset earlier. I was like, oh, okay, I've heard that one, but forced benefit.
Well, forced benefit. I made that up on the spot.
Okay.
I'll be honest.
At least you're like, actually, no, that one.
Is you're forcing them to do, to take something that they didn't necessarily ask for. So are you going to
cleaner air that they didn't ask for? They're forced to take it.
Right. If they don't care and they don't want to pay for it, why are we forcing them to? That's the question we have to balance.
That's a weird one. I got to say.
Mean, well, who wouldn't want it, you would think. But at the same time, there are people out there that will flat out push against that.
Well, no, they'll push against it. I agree they'll push against it for sure. I think that are they actually pushing against saying they don't want clean air? Probably not. I think they're saying, I want to have choice.
That's exactly what they're saying, and they're saying, well, I breathe the air all the time. It's just fine. I don't care. I don't want to pay for cleaner air. Or I don't think the air is a problem is really what they're saying. Not that they don't want to pay for it, but it's not a problem. So why am I paying more?
Well, that just means we have to help inform them on what they maybe don't know, which is...
We can measure the air quality and see trends.
I was going to say, we can measure air quality from China. I just learned that,
Exactly.
Yeah, I just learned that today.
So we can inform them on, no, actually, this is something you should care about, right?
You can, but again, everybody has their own opinions and ideas.
Well, then the science gets in the way, right?
I'm not going to argue.
No, I mean, but I think the thing that's cool about what we're doing
You're
here...
talking to somebody that drove a Tesla here.
Oh, I'm not. Oh, no, trust me.
Good point.
And I got to say, that was a forced benefit? No, I'm kidding.
No, that was voluntary.
You're like, actually, no, the forced benefit was to my wallet. Yeah. Well, no, this is something that I think that, again, what Expo is designed to be is about this discussion, right? Is that every market that we go to with Expo, and frankly why this booth exists, is to have these conversations. And I frankly really appreciate you coming by. Because as you described, this is a unique aspect of, again, from a commissioner perspective, it's like, no, we are elected. And that is something that the people of the state are saying, look, this is where we feel we want to go. I think that the decision around, okay, I want to choose to buy an electric car, that's a product that you decided you're going to buy into. As we've been discussing, the benefits around anyone who chooses to do that does impact everyone, and that's something I think we got to do a better job of informing people.
So I'll flat out tell you that we did a lot of polling before we were elected and after we were elected, and there are the top three categories that people are looking for in their electricity: reliability, followed by a close second by affordability, and third, way down here, is clean. So when you look at that gap, you got to go, all right, our priorities have to be reliability and affordability, but to the extent that these aren't affected, then we do clean.
Well,
and that's exactly what we regulate by.
My thought would be on that is that if that's what people are saying is most important to them, that makes sense from a consumer perspective. Yep. At the same time, though, too, is we still know that cleaner aspect that they may not value does contain value. So how do we translate that higher up to their understanding of what the benefits then are?
That part is just education, right?
That's exactly right. And I'm not so sure that that education should fall in the lap of the utilities or the regulators. That should be more of a...
I think I might agree with you there, yeah. And I think that's what a lot of people like the Expo in general.
Yeah.
What I do in my spare time, making YouTube channel videos on the subject, what you do with your company, bringing this information to them in a more user-friendly way, that's what all of us are doing. I think that's a shared responsibility.
That's exactly right. This is the platform where you get that message out, and then that becomes more like that.
But as long as we're all doing it. So we all have to do it.
Well, and to that point, I mean, so then from that perspective, the cleaner aspect you realize too is of higher value. We just have to ensure we do a better job of explaining the how and the why as it relates to price and reliability.
Absolutely.
All right. Well, that's part of it that I think that, again, think about Expo, what it's designed to be in this type of a space is the choice, the consumer choice is now out there. That's the best part of it, is that I think the educational factor, like you were defining, it's like, okay, so if it's Expo, I mean, this is reaching 8 cities around the United States all year.
Right.
That's still just the tip of the iceberg. It's still, I mean, but then that's the part where we still, though, have major companies here, major automakers. We've got the utility that serves millions of people. That shared, again, that's like a brain trust. That's an institutional knowledge of, okay, maybe we're all doing a really terrible job of communicating the benefits and the value here. And if the voting public from Arizona is saying, look, we want to talk about reliability, we want to talk about price, and way down here is clean, I guess it's the visceral response to someone with energy is, if it's too expensive, I feel it right now. If it's not working, I feel it right now. That clean aspect, you said, there's like people saying, I'm breathing air, it seems fine to me.
It's great as long as it doesn't make it more expensive.
Well, that's the thing, is it's like, yeah, but that's something that it may not be impacting you right in this moment.
Today.
But it's going to be
something
right.
Are immeasurable.
Exactly, yeah.
Right. And like you said, education is the key on that. That's why we're here. That's why I'm here talking to you today.
Yeah, no, exactly. No, this conversation is something that I think needs to be had on a much broader scale.
And at a higher level, yeah.
At a higher level too. I mean, I think those top three things, price for energy, price, reliability, and then the cleanliness aspect of it. The industry's tried for a long time on the clean energy side of it to really translate the value proposition of clean being more important. It is to all of us collectively, but people vote with their wallets.
Absolutely.
And so at the end of the day, I think that's something that from an educational perspective, we can still showcase that we understand price and reliability are important, but this other third thing, it's actually not small. It relates to those other two things.
It does, yes.
Yeah. So anything else? You're the constituent. I'm the one that's just like asking him like if he's going to go full tilt.
No, I'm thankful for the dialogue, honestly. I think that we answered a lot of questions that residents of Arizona might already have on this subject. So thank you for your time here.
No, that
Yeah.
top
My
three
pleasure.
that top three thing is perfect. And I think it speaks to what even Expo could do from a content perspective.
That's right.
Is really okay. How do we talk about this then? Whether it's in Arizona or any other major city that we go to.
Yeah, and it's important to know that even while we're having this discussion, the reality is the world is going cleaner anyway.
Yeah.
There are so many nuclear plants being built all over the world. All of our coal plants here in Arizona are scheduled to shut down in the next few years. I know there's been a push by the administration to try to keep them open, but the reality is they're already going to close.
Yeah.
The contracts are done. The air quality can't be attained. It's that simple. So we put nuclear in. That's a clean energy. So we're working towards that. The infrastructure is going to be built. One of the favorite sayings right now is, it took us 110 years to build the infrastructure we have. In the next 5 years, we need to double it.
Double it. Yeah.
So.
No, it's intense, but the beauty of it is, and again, CJ, who we talked to previously, mentioned it. There's the forward thinking of a lot of this planning that's been happening for half a century.
Yeah.
It's not reactive. There's a lot of proactivity to this.
Right, and he said a few things that maybe had some data inaccuracies in there, but we do have the IRP process, the Integrated Resource Plan, and that's a 15-year forward-looking.
Mm-hmm.
It's a 5-year actionable plan.
Okay.
And we revisit it every 3 years.
Every 3, okay.
Right, so every 3 years we look at it again. 5 years is what we're planning for, but 15 is what we're kind of projecting. This is where it might go.
But in the 24-hour news cycle, people don't know that's the truth.
Right, it's a difficult concept, and honestly, we could go for a week on rate making. And
Well, and again, that's the thing is it's not terribly sexy, but it makes communities function.
It absolutely is.
Bottom line. So, Nick, thank you so much for coming by. This has been
My
a
pleasure.
fantastic
Thanks for
conversation.
having me.
All right.
Thank you.
For those listening, again, this is the EV Reality Check, but you don't get to go away so quickly.
I just wanted to stand up. So, this, believe it or not,
Yeah. That's a one-wheel, right?
It's actually an electric unicycle.
Yeah.
And about 10 weeks ago, I actually had an accident and I broke my shoulder. So
Whoa, you broke your shoulder and you're...
I've got a plate and 9 screws in it right now.
Dude, whoa!
Yeah, that's some good stuff,
You
right?
guys are watching it.
So I
This
wasn't
guy's
going
living
away. I just had to shake his hand.
Yeah.
I can't get it up there.
You're like, I was going to do this part, but then my body went...
Yeah, exactly.
I hope I didn't shake your hand too hard.
No, we're good.
Dude, that's some like legit scarring, though. I love that.
It was a badass accident, too, I tell you what.
Okay, we'll check the photos here in a second. But, so if you're listening, we're at the EV Reality Check booth. It's powered by GreenCars.com. These are the conversations we're having with industry leaders today on what's happening on a localized level to make the industry happen. And there's a lot to unpack, as we just discussed in just a few minutes. But, Nick, thank you so much for coming by. This is a great conversation.
Thanks for having me.
All right, Trey, let's hear it.
here dancing.
Hello, hello, and welcome back. We are at Electrify Expo, Glendale. It is a beautiful sunny day. I will take the beautiful sunny day. And we are at the EV Reality Check booth, sponsored and powered by GreenCars.com. If you're shopping for an EV, looking to compare some vehicles, make sure to check out their website. Makes it super simple to do. But the EV Reality Check space is really about dispelling rumors, talking about the myths, dispelling those myths, having conversations with people from the industry, whether that is people on the front lines of making it happen, or even people that are just getting into the industry for the first time. We're going to have those conversations to really help showcase what you should be thinking about when you're looking at buying an EV, and also what ownership can look like as well. And who am I? I am Matt Teske. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. It is the best mobile app you can download for EV ownership. Give it a download today, iOS and Android. Add your EV. Makes your road trip planning and EV charging super simple. And I'm joined once again by...
Yours truly. My name is Blake Aaron. I am a YouTuber, content creator that focuses on electric vehicles. I'm also a Phoenix resident, so I know what it's like to own an electric vehicle here in the Phoenix, Arizona area.
So... we've talked to a lot of people today.
Yeah, we have.
We've talked to a lot of people today. And we're still going. We're going strong.
Yeah, and we're having a blast.
And
Don't get us wrong.
No, the fun part is like, again, the engagement with the community is part of why Expo exists.
Right. Yeah.
And a booth like this is about making it even more intimate to have these conversations. So, but the conversation we're about to have right now is with Trent James. So you are basically a longtime lover but new-time owner of an EV.
Yeah.
Would that be a safe way to define you?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I can already
years.
tell that you've probably just been talking your friends and family's ears off about how much you love your EV.
They can vouch for that.
Me
that
too,
is
brother. There we go.
completely
That's
correct.
what I'm talking
Yeah,
about.
bring it in.
Yeah.
Well, but so again, you said you got your first EV 2 months ago. So, but you're local here in Arizona, and everything that you've researched and all the homework you did finally got you to a place where you bought one. But I got to ask you, what was the moment that started you down that pathway of I'm curious?
It's been a minute. So I remember watching as this whole kind of thing kind of arose. Watching from the original Roadster down to at this point where we have multiple different electric vehicle companies, and so I've always just kind of had interest in it.
You were EV curious.
Yes, I was very EV curious. It's a great way to put it.
Well, some of that curiosity, it inevitably got you down a rabbit hole of, I'm assuming, YouTube channels like Blake's maybe, but also just getting you to a place where you wanted to know that you could make the purchase with confidence. That was the bottom line. But you did your homework. That's how you went about it.
Yeah, absolutely. So I did exactly that. I watched a lot of YouTube videos, and I just had a whole lot of interest in. It's like I heard you say earlier. You see the instant torque with them, and you think, oh, that's cool. Okay, I want to learn a little bit more about it. And then you start seeing some come out that had 200 miles plus of range, and you're like, that's a lot more than I'm driving in a day. The average person drives 39 miles in a day, and I probably fall close to that category. Now, that being said, my wife and I definitely barter with each other over who gets to take the EV each day that we go to work, and so the range can vary based on the actual day and how far we're driving. But that being said, it can handle all of it.
Yeah, that's what I love about EVs is that it's bringing the best of every single aspect of what we love about cars into one compact vehicle, so to speak.
Well, yeah, again, the reality of it is it's the research you did and what you went to find out. It's like you didn't have to do that when you bought your last car. You just went and bought whatever car you liked, right? What did you have before? What was the last gas car you owned?
I had a Ford Escape.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so, again, again, for you, you probably just said, are you a Ford guy, or was it you wanted an SUV? Like, what was it all about?
It just happened to be the right fit for the right time at the right deal. And then after that, I upgraded to an EV, and I'll never go back.
So what EV do you have now then?
I have a 2023 Tesla Model Y.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So what landed you then on choosing that as the vehicle you said, this is the one?
So I'm pretty big into vehicle safety. I have a young child who's 2.5, and vehicle safety tends to be something that I actually kind of obsess over. I unfortunately saw a fatal accident at 18 and witnessed it. And after that, it's just been something that I've obsessed over, and something that I never want to get a call saying that, something happened to one of my family members and that they can't come home. And it's one of the top safety rated vehicles of all time.
That's what's great about, I think, Tesla in particular. We can talk about their vehicles and the safety aspect. They do great when it comes to crash safety, right? But the other element of that people maybe aren't as familiar with is the use of the cameras that are already equipped on the vehicle for autonomous driving can also be used so that you can use your car as like a mobile security camera, essentially. You can park your car in your garage with confidence, knowing that you're not going to have a break-in without at least catching a selfie of the culprit on camera. You know what I mean?
Gotcha.
Yeah.
It still amazes me that people actually will vandalize a Tesla. It's like there's enough videos out there, enough news out there now. It's like,
well, we were talking about education. Maybe people just don't know about all these cameras and the security.
seriously
features on
though, it's just
Teslas.
like, it's like, why did you do that, man? I can see like everything about you. Oh, and your license plate is you backed out.
Right.
So, so all the work that you did. So when did you start researching? Actually, that's my curiosity. Is like, how long did it take you to get to the point where you said, all right, I'm going?
So it's grown ever since the original Model S came out in 2012, and it's just slowly grown from there. Like,
So you've been doing research for 13 years.
Yeah, finally.
Where's
finally
where?
pulled the
Oh
trigger.
wow, that nodding was amazing.
Got your PhD.
It was
Okay.
like, I
Congrats.
don't know how to tell you this, but the dinner table is a very exciting EV discussion experience.
Oh,
it was
it-
probably a relief
it
then
is.
when you finally pulled the trigger and got your car, because then
Yeah.
you don't have to talk about the buying process as often
Oh
with
yeah.
your family.
Oh yeah. They thought it was gonna stop and slow down once I finally got it, and I
Oh,
can
that's
tell
not
you
the
it's
case.
only.
Oh
increased
no, that
by-
was
yeah.
no, that's not how it works at all.
They're like, just get it, then you'll finally stop talking about it.
But no, so that means, for your purposes, it was just kind of like, again, this is where everybody starts. Is it's that one little kernel of like, I heard something, wanted to read more about it. But again, process-wise, you also didn't exactly need to run out and buy a new car a decade ago, right?
Yeah.
I mean, that's part of it too.
Yeah, it was, it's a slow process of learning about it and kind of seeing what use case scenarios it fits into. And our use case scenario, it fits perfectly well into. And, after purchasing one, you just start realizing how many use case scenarios it fits into. And it's most of them.
So my question to you on this is, you went from a Ford Escape and you went into a Model Y.
Yeah.
What are you noticing that you're missing anything in your driving experience now that you have your electric vehicle as opposed to your Ford Escape?
I don't miss it.
Yeah.
I don't miss it. I'm not missing a single thing. It has just been an upgrade in every single way.
Okay. Any complexities or any are there any negatives with your transition that you're encountering?
It's funny. You kind of imagine these scenarios of like what would things be like range anxiety, for instance. Like, what would things be like? We live in Prescott. We drive up to Phoenix, and we do this quite a bit. And so you think, okay, well, this is however many miles away. This is up and down some hills, and this is gonna potentially propose some challenges. What if I get stuck in traffic on the 17? Like, what if there's certain scenarios where I wanted to drive around a little bit more in Phoenix? And so you have these kind of thoughts, but then once you start doing it, you realize how easy it is, how simplistic it is, and how few issues, and how easy charging is, and how easy it is to find chargers through apps like ChargePoint. It's awesome. It's just such a good experience. I don't find it to be anything less than the experience of filling up a gas car. I don't find there to be any lack of convenience.
I would say that EV owners, EV purchasers in the modern day have it really great, where the charging infrastructure has been built up substantially, even
You
over the
kids are
past 5 years.
spoiled.
That's what we were joking about before, where we kind of sound like those old school guys that are like, back in my day, we had to crank a wheel in order to charge our EV.
No, tomorrow's going to be him and I
Yeah.
in rocking chairs with lemonade being like, you don't even know what it used to be like. No, but again, 10, 12 years ago when you started looking into this, again, if you date back on the supercharger network, for example, when you first said, oh, the Model S, man, I love the idea. That thing's great. Back then, there was literally like 5 supercharger stations in California, and that was it.
And older Model S's, they couldn't charge as quickly as modern Teslas do, right?
They ramped that tech up fairly quickly.
Yeah.
But to your point, like it was still, like an hour and a half charge to get back on the road with the original Model S and the original infrastructure. But now cars like yours and frankly your Model Y, that's like a 20-minute stop if you want to get back on the road and you're on a road trip.
Oh,
And
yeah,
that part is, again, that's game changing.
Yeah.
And the availability of chargers is just, there's one within it feels like every 10 square mile radius, there's like 10 EV chargers that you have access to, especially here in the metropolitan area.
Well, I was going to say, like in the metro area of Phoenix, it's
Yeah.
we've talked about it today. It's one of the best locations you could actually live in for having, whether you want to publicly charge or, again, home charging, the utility benefits, everything we've talked about. So my question, too, is do you home charge predominantly, like do you have a home charger you've set up?
Yeah, so I home charge pretty much 90% of the time, and with APS's off-peak rates, I can charge from 0 to 100% in the best timing for about $2.50.
Wow.
So hold on, time out, back up. So is it like a penny a kilowatt hour or something like that?
3.8 cents.
Unbelievable.
3.8 cents per
I
kilowatt
thought we were
hour.
doing
It's
pretty
super-
well down
Dude,
here.
I
Like
know.
8 to 11 cents a kilowatt hour.
I know.
So for those who are walking by, listening, hearing our voices, so you said that's a full charge.
That's
From
a full-
0 to full.
Full charge.
At home, through APS. And that's going to be, like you said, how much?
About $2.50.
So again,
What's crazy is that the Tesla app also shows you your gas savings over the course of a year, right? Do you have an idea of about how much you're saving in comparison to your Escape on a monthly basis on average?
You know, in the last couple of months, we've been driving a little bit more because we find it to be really convenient and enjoyable to go drive. Driving is not a thing that I don't want to do anymore. It's something that I enjoy now. So we've been driving a little bit more than on average, but it's been a couple of $100 per month at this point. So it's significant.
Yeah.
It's more significant than I thought.
But 300 miles of range for $2.50, like people hear that and they just go, like we were talking about earlier. So it's like that sounds like science fiction. It's like no, that's actually happening.
That's not
right
even
now.
a gallon of gas.
No, not even. That's like a half gallon.
Yeah. People don't believe it. They think that I'm missing variable in that very often when I explain that.
So again, background-wise, I mean, so you're a teacher, right?
Yep.
So some education for you is a big part of your life.
Yeah.
So you not only did you decide to take on the idea of I'm going to self-educate on this, what do you see that the industry could do differently from an education perspective?
So I think that I mostly think it's just time, because I think that there's so many benefits that they will reveal themselves. I think as more people start to talk about this, as more people start to show this, I think the benefits will become obvious. And I think they are. I think right now it's in a certain perspective that it's kind of an early, in a certain way, it's kind of early adopters still. And I think it's very obvious that over time, as the early adopters kind of start to spread to not so early adopters, I think it will become clear and obvious what the better choice is. Again, I don't miss my Ford Escape at all, and I'll never buy a gas vehicle again.
To anybody that's watching or walking by and hearing us talk about the Ford Escape, if you drive a Ford Escape, that's fine. That's okay. I'm sure it's an okay car, but we're just saying that there are
we all started somewhere.
There are good affordable options out there that check a lot of the same boxes that the Ford Escape does.
Very much so.
You said that you have a family as well. And
Yeah.
I do too, and so that's something that I look at whenever I'm buying an electric vehicle. And I'm finding that actually an electric vehicle often offers more practicality just because of the way that a EV is built. Typically more cabin space is found in an electric vehicle.
Yeah.
Typically more storage space in the cargo area. So it's really helping us in that department. Is it helping you guys there too?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And then, to touch on, cabin space and in terms of safety, like we talked about earlier too, when you don't have an engine in the front of the vehicle, you now have a lot larger of a crumple zone.
Right.
And so you have a lot more space for safety. You have a lot more space on the side of the vehicle, and you find that it's so much more convenient than not having all the.
Yeah, and that front space where the engine was now turns into, in your case, extra storage, which
Absolutely.
is great. Yeah.
So you said what model year is your car?
2023.
2023. So did you take advantage of the used EV tax credit?
So I bought private party, so I did not.
Okay.
But
Okay.
good deal, so it was still worth doing.
No, that's the thing is depending the vehicles have been out in market now for even 5 years.
Right.
A lot of these were on lease.
Yeah.
And so we're starting to see vehicles that cost $50,000 maybe a couple years ago. Used EV prices are now again more approachable for a lot of different people.
Yep.
Very
Again,
much so.
brand new vehicle that when your car was brand new in 2023, that's like a $60,000 car.
Yeah.
Right. I'm not going to ask you what you paid, but
You
If
can.
I could break that down a little bit, I don't think a lot of people are aware of that federal tax credit for used EVs, where if you buy an electric vehicle for less than $25,000, you then, depending on your income, qualify for a $3,750 tax credit. So the used federal EV conversation isn't just about the $7,500 tax credit, but they also have tax credit for used EVs as well. That's what we're talking
super helpful for those that are trying to get into it. I highly considered before buying this one, just happened to find a good deal. But, looking at new ones with the $7,500 tax credit to get that benefit as well. It's huge.
so it's your first EV. Do you guys still have two cars, or is it just your only car?
We do have two cars,
Okay.
and we definitely make deals with each other on like we're taking this day, or I got to drive further this day, so we're gonna take the EV to drive further. So
That's an interesting phrase. We're going to take the EV to drive further. And that right there speaks to, I think, what's happened in the last decade of the technology is just to say, no, it's not, you don't even question it. It's the idea of, no, we're going to do it because we enjoy the vehicle more for these various things you've described. And because of the infrastructure here in Arizona, as an example, you can totally rely on it.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
I feel like one thing that it doesn't really make its way into the conversation when you're considering an electric vehicle is that more often than not, they come equipped with some sort of driver assistance, like autopilot for Teslas, travel assist for Volkswagen. I don't know what it's called for Kia, but something like that, where it does a lot of the steering for you, lane keeping, what have you. That eliminates a large amount of driver fatigue on longer road
Without
trips.
a doubt.
And
Yep.
I think electric vehicles are great at accentuating the best parts of driving and just reducing the mundane parts of driving, I would say, like traffic, for instance.
We find that we travel more after getting an EV. We've put 4,000 miles on it in the last 2 months because we find that we're traveling more because it's not so daunting to go anymore.
Right.
It's not daunting to get stuck on the 17 anymore. It's not something that you're just like worried about. It's just something that you just want to do. It's just fun.
And even to your explanation about getting stuck on 17. When people always ask, like, it's like, oh, if my car if it's low on battery and I get stuck in traffic, what's going to happen? It's like, you're not using energy.
Right.
Yes.
It's just hanging out.
Yeah, the range prediction for we had this happen once where we got stuck on 17. The range prediction, the estimated range, actually went up, not down, because there was no wind resistance during this.
Right.
Yeah, again, and that's the way that we've talked about this a little bit in various conversations today about how we use energy and how we just kind of haven't really known how it works. We've all just kind of sort of done it for like the last 100 years.
Yeah.
But now we're getting that experience where we can actually understand how it works in a way that's very tangible. And that's going to change, I think, a lot of the conversation moving forward.
Yeah, I think it has to. I think we need to reframe our mindset on our relationship with energy. And if we're going to reduce our impact, and especially if we're going to support additional electric vehicles that enter the market, we have to be more conscious of our usage. Right.
So you have the EV. I always joke around like EVs are kind of like the gateway drug into all things energy.
Oh yeah.
So what? Oh god, that excitement level was like genuine. He's like, oh, you have no idea.
Oh yeah.
She doesn't know what I bought.
Yeah.
But it's gonna be at the house. So
you're
what
just
do you
desiring to learn everything about it. I
Yeah.
mean, you start looking into like, okay, well, what is solar like? What are batteries like? Like how many kilowatts am I using? And you're right. I've done this for my entire life, but now I get to play with this little science experiment and find out, how many kilowatts I'm using, what times I'm using it, how it's working in the grid system, why it's more expensive. It's such a fun activity.
Well, and again, as an educator, this is something that you, I think, gravitate to naturally, and it's something that, in turn, because you're living it out, you can then become something. Again, you started a YouTube channel because you were like, dude, I like talking about this with
I was
people.
like, this is hard. The least I can do is make it less hard for somebody else. I can I can record my experiences and put it out there so somebody else doesn't have to go through it.
Exactly, yeah. Now, I'm not
Super
saying
cool.
you need to start a YouTube channel tomorrow or anything like that.
That's what I'm saying.
I'm debating it.
I'm saying you
it's
do.
pretty cool.
Well,
I'm
okay, now he's going to
interested.
start a YouTube channel. So first thing is the Electric Magic School Bus. We talked about that earlier. So no, but I think that enthusiasm is something that has made the EV industry what it is today. Is that there's a lot of people that have been working on this, frankly, for decades. And again, I've been in EVs for 12-ish years, 13 years. I've been in the automotive industry for 25. There's been people working on EVs longer than I've been in the auto industry.
Yeah.
And that's the thing is it's taken this long progression for the technology to catch up with the passion.
Yeah.
But now that's where it's meeting in the middle, and you get to have experiences like you're talking about.
Oh yeah, it's spreading like wildfire. It's only going to spread faster. It's just growing, and it'll just be a little bit of time. You got a couple of people that are on the fence about it because they just don't realize the use case scenarios. There's things like range anxiety, and I feel like the more we spread this awareness, the more people will start to realize that it works for at least 95% of scenarios, if not more.
Yeah, I would say, butts and seats is the main way to get people to, learn more about electric vehicles, but also kind of just like get that kind of taste, that spark that they need in order to start diving a little bit deeper on their own. And, this is a great place to be if you are curious about EV curious, like we said, and you want to test drive something. I think there's still a test track over there where you can drive whichever EV you want to know more about. But if you don't have access to that, if you're watching online, what I would say to you is just like rent an EV that you're interested in for a weekend or something and see how it fits into your life. That's how I learned more about all of the cars that I purchased or leased. I took them home and I tried them out. I put a car seat in the back. I put a stroller in the back to make sure it fit the right way. And those are gonna, if you do that, I think that's gonna help you in your purchasing decisions.
Well, I think you hit it on its lifestyle. Is does it fit in your lifestyle, and how does that fit? And I think you're a good example of someone who has that ability to then say, well, I'm going to buy it because I can charge at home, things of those nature. But you've already said very clearly, like, no, but we take the EV on road trips now because we love it more. And that's something that is, again, that's what the combination of the vehicle market being diversified now, combined with infrastructure being built out so effectively, has created these types of opportunities. So
Absolutely.
any parting words to those listening, and to just, I guess, what advice would you give to someone who's also kind of starting out where you were a long time ago?
I agree with what you guys said. I agree with what you guys said. Getting a hold of an electric vehicle at this point is much easier than it used to be. Back in the day, there used to be demand that was keeping this so limited to be able to just drive one, and now it's gotten to the scenario that you could literally drive one tonight, literally here. And so it's gotten so easy. It's never been easier to just try this out. And I think when you do try it out, I think it'll just spark your interest, and you'll just be ready to go.
I couldn't say it better. I think that's pretty good.
I think you have YouTube content creation.
Yeah, I was gonna say
in
it's.
it, you know?
Now, I'm not trying to set up your family for like the lights turn. I have this picture in my mind of like you go to bed, all the lights turn off, the room goes dark, and just your voice goes, "Yeah, you know what I read today about?"
Yeah. Did you hear about the new refresh
Model
model?
Again, once again, the head is nodding, just like shit. It's like,
yeah.
And so I learned about YouTube today too. It's like, oh, here we go.
I feel like I run out of videos. I watch so many of them.
That means you got to make your own.
Yeah, exactly.
There you
exactly.
go. All right, well, thank you so much for coming by. This is a great conversation.
Thank you for having me. This is
so
awesome.
we're at the EV Reality Check booth. It's powered by GreenCars.com. Please come by and check out what we have to offer for information related to questions you might have. Moreover, again, this is the Electrify Expo here in Glendale, Arizona, and it has been a heck of a day. We got one more guest here, so please stick around. And until then, Trey, spin that. This is Electrify Expo Glendale, and it has been a long but beautiful day. We're closing things out. We're talking to someone good friend, someone who's been a part of the industry for a while. But before I get to there, we're at the EV Reality Check booth here, powered by GreenCars.com. And if you have the interest in shopping for an EV, while you're at Expo, because you're EV curious, check out GreenCars.com. You can do some shopping, compare some cars, give it a good look. And here at the EV Reality Check space, also, if you can hear our voices, a free T-shirt awaits you. Come by and get a free T-shirt. It's something to just remember the day by. But also, we are talking to industry leaders, people on the front lines, also behind the curtain, about what happens in the industry on a regular basis to make electrification happen. My name is Matt Teske. I'm one of those people. I'm the founder and CEO of Chargeway. Download the Chargeway app today if you're shopping for an EV, or if you own one. It's the best EV app out there for finding charging, planning road trips. And I've been joined all day in every session by...
My name is Blake Aaron. I am an EV content creator and social media personality. Been doing this for about 5 or 6 years, and I love EVs, and so I just love to share my passion with all of you guys who might also love EVs or just might be curious about EVs. So I've been an EV owner here in the Phoenix area for the past 5 or 6 years, and so I know exactly what it's like to own and drive an electric vehicle here in this area in particular. So I hope I can help maybe answer some questions you might have about what it's like to charge a car here, what it's like to maintain a car here in this area. So if you have questions like that, feel free to share them with us.
Yeah, so again, if you can hear our voices, swing up by the EV Reality Check space, get your free T-shirt, sit down, rest your feet. You can also charge your phone thanks to Anchor.
Why, hello.
Well, hello. This is
Here we go.
Why, hello.
This is Adam from Anchor. Thank you for coming by.
I'm quite loud there, a little hot there.
Again, Trey's bringing it in. He's bringing the heat. So, Adam.
I think we said Adam's going to start with like a solo song for us, right?
Oh, yeah.
I am not.
Oh, okay.
No, Whitney was like, that was your thing. I felt it coming. It was great.
I don't know.
All right, well.
Anyway, to answer your question, my name is Adam Weissman. I'm with Anchor. We are one of the sponsors here. We've been sponsoring Electrify. It's been great for the past 3 years. If you can hear our voice, we are directly behind. So if you turn around, we're right here. So thank you, Matt, Blake.
Well, hey, Anchor is something that I think most people, again, they probably know of your brand without even knowing it.
Absolutely.
And Blake said it. He's like, hey, man, I got to say, my phone loves you guys.
Yeah, I mean, it's almost like, is it going too far to say that you guys are like the Band-Aid of the bandage industry, or of the charging industry? Like, you guys are the brand name in charging, I would say.
I like that. I don't know if we can use that, but we'll
I think we just did.
But you said it. How about we say it in Spanish? Isn't it that Never mind.
Well, no, but I think what you're bringing up, though, is the fact that a lot of people are looking at like electrified products, especially like phones, tablets, things like that, and they don't even realize they've been taking advantage of Anchor's technology for a long time. But Anchor's technology is not just about what's in your pocket. It's about something even bigger. I mean, everything we're sitting here looking at inside of the EV Reality Check booth is powered by Anchor.
Correct.
Anchor,
Yep. Yeah, I mean, if you can hear our voice, the speakers are being powered by our portable power stations. These new monitors from since last year, they're being powered by it. Because we're in Phoenix here, all of the water evaporator fan things are being powered by our portable power stations. The archways are being powered by our biggest portable power station. So to say we can charge things and power things, that's we can.
Well, the cool thing is the portability of it is what most people, I think, they have to learn about how they can take their energy with them. And on a small scale, that works for phones and tablets, even computers, things like that.
Absolutely.
But you guys scale it from something that goes into your pocket all the way up to something that literally could back up your home.
Correct. Yeah. And actually, let me because I know what you do for fun. Let me ask Blake. So besides charging your car, what do you do for fun outside of your car? Like, what's your hobby?
I like to lift weights. I like to go to the park with my family. I like to go on road trips. Those are kind of the main things.
Okay.
And yeah,
I can't help you with the lifting weights, but you could just lift one of
I
our
was
power
suit-
stations.
Suitor number 2. What do you like to
I was
do?
like, surprise me. What do you guys have for the weight room?
We have a 130-pound power station.
Okay.
I was about to say, if you just want to get some curls in, there you go.
Solving problems over at Anchor.
Yes. So, every time we've done this, we go to different venues or different locations and cities around the country, and we just find out what people do. So we've had a lot of people come to us today and ask about our charging their e-bikes, because they're using their e-bikes and they want to charge it, and somebody said, I have an RV and I want to power my RV so I can keep my air conditioning on while I'm I don't have to run the engine or do that.
Right,
So
yeah.
in every location seems to have, like, some people are more concerned about backup, like home backup, and even like again, like RV backup, like just powering those bigger vehicles, and other venues are more like, I want to go camping, or I want to do this, and it's really interesting to hear in each city what the thing is.
But either way, there's always a thing.
There's always a thing.
Yeah.
In today's modern age, like, we can't really do much or go anywhere, do the types of things we like to do without power, right? So the mobility of power is becoming more and more important, I would think.
And even like, you know, like we can power and recharge things that you don't even think, oh, I want to use that. And like, for example, if you're a photographer or videographer, you got to keep your camera batteries. You might have 2 or 3 camera batteries, but depending on how long you're going to be gone, you need to recharge the camera batteries. We can do that. If you're a drone pilot,
those batteries are not exactly the longest lasting batteries.
They are not.
Right. No, but to that extent is you have this, you know, kind of the flexibility of what someone might need for backup.
Absolutely. And you know, depending on the size of the battery, they're easily portable. You know, the big one might be a little bit harder to be portable, but you can still transport it. But you know, our other ones are smaller batteries are really portable, and you can take them with you, whether it's, again, camping or just even hiking. You just want to make sure that your camera and your phone are charged.
Yeah. And not just portable, but they're also reliable. They're some of the better products on the market in this segment, and
thank you.
That's what I'm not just glazing you, dude.
Thank you.
It's
I'm
because
like, I don't want to be between this. I got to be honest.
But you are.
The reasons that I personally buy your guys' products, it's because I like most consumers do. I'll look at reviews and I'll see what customers are saying about the products, and by more and more often, I'm seeing that your guys' products are getting the better reviews, and that's what makes the decision easy for me.
Yeah, and you know, one of the things that we've done different in this year compared to the last 2 years is we actually got, in past years we had people come up and they knew, like you said, they know, oh, in my pocket or in whatever, I have an Anker charger, and now we have our Anker Solex line, which is all of our bigger batteries. But even in this booth, we have one other way over on the other side of the show. We have these blue stations that have cables for both USB-C and Lightning, and you could come in and charge your phones. And there are Anker charging stations. So
and that's the thing of really the flexibility. I just always go back to it, is the fact that we have a very digital life, an electrified life, whether we know how to admit how big it is in each of our lives or not. And what your products really expose people to is how they can really hey Randy, hey. What it exposes people to.
I gotcha.
Is they get a general sense of, I can actually start to infuse this in different ways I wasn't thinking about.
Yeah.
And again, and market to market, again, like you said, like if you're in a different city compared to, like, we're in Phoenix now, but going to some other city for Expo, the type of needs that you guys see, I mean, what's the I guess, is it based on geographic lifestyle, or what is it like?
I think it is. It's I mean, temperature and weather conditions are a big one. So in Orlando, for example, there's hurricanes, right? Like, that's a big thing, and we're almost coming into hurricane season in 2 months, right? Month and a half.
Hasn't it already started?
June.
I feel like it always creeps
June
up
1st.
on us. But people in Florida can say, I've got Anker to back up my house.
Correct. And then when we're in Seattle, people say, oh, I like to go hiking, or I like to go camping. Okay. When we're in California, they say, there's fires. When we're in Texas, they say my power grid is just not reliable. Yeah. And again, every different stop has a thing.
Like a different
There's
type
an
of use
Anker for
case.
that. I mean, is that a tagline you guys use? Because I mean, you have
We
my full
could.
permission
I mean,
to start
hold
using
on.
it.
Hello?
There's another one.
I have a question about the application or the case for application for Anker. Is there a product you guys sell that you can use to charge something as large as like an electric vehicle? Is that possible?
We do.
Okay, now we're talking.
So
It's a big boy.
it's our F3800, or our newest model, the F3800 Plus. It's almost 4 kilowatt hours and 6 kilowatt output. You can plug in. You're not going to get a lot of range. Yeah. You're going to get, and I can actually attest that last year in one of the shows, one of the vendors had a hand-built car, and they could not take it to a supercharger.
I was there for this.
I could not take it. They couldn't take it to a supercharger, and they were trying to use one of our smaller batteries. And I said, that'll work, but not really. and I wheeled over one of our bigger batteries and one of our expansion batteries. And I wheeled it over, they plugged it in, and you could just watch the power drop because it was doing 6 kilowatt output. You put it in car charging mode. There's actually a car charging mode. And you'll get it. I think the rule of thumb is 3 to 4 miles per kilowatt hour.
Yeah.
So being just under 4 kilowatt hours, there are 3.84 kilowatt hours for each unit. You'd get maybe 10 to 12 miles.
For those of you guys that, I'm going to speak to the audience here that's watching at home and just walking by.
Yeah.
For those of you that don't know what 3.8 kilowatt hours looks like, it looks like this. There you go.
Well, as an example, even like comparing it to a vehicle they might see on the street, right?
Right, yeah.
It's like, oh, if you see a Tesla drive by or a Mustang Mach-E drive by, that is anywhere from like 75, 80 kilowatt hour of battery pack.
Right.
Yeah.
Whereas like the Ford Lightning is like 130 or 180 or something.
Well, I mean,
expanded battery.
Vehicles that are like really pushing the envelope there are ones like like new trucks from GM. That's a 200 kilowatt hour battery.
Yeah.
So
we can't charge the 200.
I was going to say, you're not going to charge that. No, but so, I mean, overall, I guess, what have you seen, I guess, even as the industry continues to evolve? You've been a part of Expo for 3 years. What has Anchor as a brand and with the products you've seen, how do you see the people that are attending Expo, how has it evolved? Are you seeing like a more, again, just different conversations happening? What's it like?
It's interesting. I think there's the potential of understanding that now power can go with you. It's not such a foreign concept because they know of, whether it's us or other companies like us, but they know, okay, I can come get this, and I can keep my phone, my laptop, my tablet, a Bluetooth speaker, whatever, and they can take it with them and actually power something. What that is and what that, I think, like we always say, the understanding of watt hours or kilowatt hours versus kilowatts, what it is, there's still lots of confusion.
Oh, yeah. Well, I think at that point, then it turns into how you can market what the product does. And it's
Correct.
designed to do. Hey, here's a small backup Anchor battery, and it's going to be able to charge your phone X amount of times.
Right.
Yeah,
I mean, our one of our smallest units that we have now, the C300, it's equivalent to a 90,000 milliamp hour battery.
Wow.
So for you guys who don't know,
for those who don't know what that means,
most phones have about a 5 milliamp hour battery in it. Or 5,000 milliamp hour battery.
Yeah.
So, and it's just mathing is how many times, how many times can you charge your phone with 90,000? Well, what is 90,000 divided by 5? And that's what it comes down to. So
what is
and helping to understand.
Don't look at me.
It's like 18 or something. But again, that's a good example of just like how many different cycles can you get out of like relying on this to give your phone the backup. And that really is, again, we're talking about energy understanding, energy knowledge, energy education.
And I think it'll get there. I mean, I've seen a change over the last 3 years of even just the potential of people understanding the basics. And now there's still definitely people who don't, and they come and they say, remind me again, what's the difference between kilowatt hours and kilowatts?
That's always a fun one.
But yeah, and it's great. And what I usually do, just for simplicity, is I take a water bottle and I say, this is how much capacity is in, there's how much water is in that. That's how much potential power you have. And then I say, kilowatts is how fast you're dumping that out.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
And are you charging a tablet or a laptop? Okay, drip, 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 drip. Or are you trying to power a circular saw?
Yeah, exactly. More energy
or
going
a car,
out. Yeah.
right?
For somebody as simple as me, the way I think of it is that it's a little counterintuitive than the naming convention, where a kilowatt hour sounds like a rate of speed
It
that
totally
you
does,
can charge.
exactly.
So
Yeah.
I just remember that it's backwards.
We'll get in touch with those people, whoever created that. And
Yeah, I don't know.
Oh, we're too far gone on that one.
Physics.
And
I think
somewhere
physics made it, right?
And somewhere Isaac Watt is like, you're welcome.
Yeah.
No, but I think what we're talking about those is, and again, why Electrify Expo exists, why the EV Reality Check booth exists, is about this discussion.
Yeah.
It's about bringing things down to earth for people, acknowledging that there are industry experts in this space that understand the differences and the craziness of all of it, but then translating the value of products and services and experiences to people so they can say, oh, I do see that this would benefit my life somehow. I mean, that's really what it's about.
And it's great. I mean, and again, because we've expanded our partnership with Electrify, we now have added our charging stations. We also have a bike charging station, and they're again powered by Anchor, or Anchor Solix. So it's great. It's an amazing thing that people are now walking by. There's a gentleman sitting right here at
charging his phone.
So as people come by and they say, I'll get out of the sun, I'll charge my phone. So
question for you.
Yeah.
Do you guys do solely direct-to-consumer sales, or do you guys do any sort of partnerships with people building out like electric vehicle charging infrastructure? Because I feel like there's maybe a little bit of crossover there, but
so we're mostly, I would say 90-something% a direct-to-consumer. So we're on Amazon. We have our own Anchor Solix, Anchor.com or Anchor Solix, but we also have one product that we have a picture of it in our booth. It's our battery wall. Okay. And it's a modular, expandable battery wall that you can go from a 5 kilowatt hour system to a 180 kilowatt hour system.
Wow. Okay,
so
that's what I'm talking about. Yeah.
So you could fully run multiple, EVs if that was the case. If you needed that much space, it's going to take up a fairly large portion of your wall, but it's here, right? So we do that, and that product, it's called again the X1. The only thing it's the only product we sell through an installer. So
okay, so
it's the only So that's the only product we sell through an installer. So in whatever region you're in, if you're interested, go to our website. There's a thing that says fill out, and then some installer hopefully gets in touch with you and says what's your needs.
Well, to that point, I think let's we've talked about a lot of the product side. If people want to find out more information about Anchor and your products, how and where, again, here at the show, you are directly across.
Just come hear my voice, turn around, and then we'll answer the questions.
Bang,
so
Follow the sounds of Whitney Houston.
Yes. but after the show, listening to the video, all that, later on, how are people going to find Anchor products? Where do they go?
So the best place to go is our website, which is Anchor, ANKER.com.
Yep.
If you're interested in our bigger products, it's under our Anchor Solix brand. So that's just ANKERSOLIX.com. And of course, we're also on Amazon.
So you guys have made it super simple to get to the products. You guys have made it super simple to enjoy the products. I guess, what's next for Anchor? Anything people can know about that's fun that we don't even know about yet?
Not that I can tell you.
Oh, all right. Well, again, I tell you what, we'll probably talk again tomorrow, I imagine.
I think so. I'm coming back tomorrow.
So 24 hours from now, you got to come up with whatever that is. Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly. Well, so Adam, thank you again for coming by. Always a pleasure to chat with you. Again, Anchor powers Electrify Expo. That's truly the case, and it can power so many aspects about your own life through the products you guys offer. So everybody that's listening to our voices, again, if you can hear us, again, we're closing out the day here on day one here at Electrify Expo Glendale. If you do hear our voices,
I do like the clouds are here. That's a very welcome thing.
I was telling Matt not to jinx it,
and I brought him,
and he didn't.
I
So
brought
you
him.
know what?
Hey, look, Oregon followed me to Arizona.
Yeah.
I'm just saying.
Thanks, man.
But for those listening to us, we're at the EV Reality Check booth powered by GreenCars.com. If you can hear our voices, a free T-shirt awaits you. Come by and charge up your phones using Anchor. If you're on the way out from the show, again, if you got some photos and videos, make sure your phone's turned up before you go.
Absolutely.
All right. And
Thanks, Adam.
Thanks again, Adam. And I'll let you do it, man. This is always you.
Hey, Trey, drop that funky beat.
Let's go.
And by the way, he's been stealing my bit.
Borrowing.
He's been borrowing. I want to license that.